Hello, hello, everybody, and welcome to
Live at the Reserve.
Tuesday night 2-5 game. My name is Maxwell Rossi.
I'm Adam Sugg.
We'll be your commentators for tonight. Thank you all for joining us. This is one of 3 weekly live streams that the Reserve Poker Club runs. Tonight, the Tuesday night 2-5, Thursday 5-5 pot limit Omaha. And on Saturday nights, we run the 5-10 no limit hold'em. Always some fun games to watch.
3 checks.
Excited to bring you this
4
one tonight.
checks.
A couple of new players, new faces.
2-5 no limit hold'em,
6
but
checks.
we always do some Omaha
7
bomb pots around here, so
checks.
don't get confused if you just hopped on.
Yep, the players typically like to do every
10
dealer change,
checks.
which is about every half hour here at the Reserve. They want to run
1 checks.
a PLO
2.
bomb pot. $10 per person.
That's
Gary sitting in
35.
seat 1. One of
3.
the most action players. A really fun one to watch. Night in, night out when he joins us here.
Dr. Mark in this game, Zell in this
Fold.
game.
4.
For those of
5.
you that are
Fold.
checking us out for the
6.
first time, we are live on Facebook
Calls.
and
7.
YouTube.
Folds.
Adam and I
10
have
folds.
the comment section pulled up on
1
both live
call.
streams. Feel free to interact with us. Give us your thoughts, commentary. Dino
1.
here. Spiking the small end of a boat on that bottom board.
Checks. 2.
Gary has the flush on top,
Checks. 6.
and it's going to check around.
185.
Oh,
Bets
no.
185.
Look at
I'm jo-
Dr.
I'm
Mark
joking.
here.
I'm
yeah.
joking. I don't
coming
know.
out.
Dr. Mark might not be
I'll do
too
it too.
familiar with the bomb pot, here strategy.
This is going to be tough for Dino to continue here
1 calls.
once Gary calls. He has a boat, obviously, but it's very easy to be overboated in this situation. Given that it's a bomb pot, it means everybody goes immediately to the flop. With the king pairing on the river, any king 3, ace king,
2 calls.
king 10, b2. But he will make a call.
And not only that, but Dr. Mark only is queen jack. He's got, second pair up top. There's a flush up there. He's got no chance almost to win that top board.
Straight on top. Flush bottom.
Full house on that side.
Full house on the top.
Just like
Both
that,
players
Eddie.
call.
Eddie's going to draw a little blood on the first hand from Dr. Mark here as Gary and Dino chop up his money. And the rest of the
I
players.
think you guys is 185 back.
We'll get that chop going. And Adam, you've been in the booth a couple of times over the past few weeks. What have you enjoyed about seeing it from this end as opposed to dealing it or playing in the game?
Well, still getting used to it a little bit, but it's been a lot of fun, actually.
I just said a 10. I just said a 10.
It's hard for me when I'm playing in the game to really analyze things in that moment, I'd say. Not hard, but when I'm sitting here in the booth and when I can, see the angles that players are playing, it's pretty fun to try to predict what they're going to do next and, just see the kind of different strategies that these players are using.
Yeah, absolutely. It's interesting to see it from a whole different end, right?
Yeah.
From the perspective of, if you're a player, if you're a dealer, you see a ton of poker, but you never see it from this, where you have all the information and you kind of get to know it. You have the freedom or the liberty where you're not actively involved in the game, so you get to see it from a different end. That's one of the things that I've
Makes it 15.
enjoyed about it.
And admittedly, when I'm a dealer, I'm pretty much a robot. I don't really
That's probably good.
get reads on
All-
people or anything like that.
All
It's,
things considered, man, that's probably pretty good.
It is.
you know.
It is.
It would definitely add a new dynamic if you, as the dealer, were to maybe start influencing the action or speaking out loud about your reads of the table.
The only time it's not good for me is when they throw in a crazy pineapple tournament.
Yeah, there you go.
5
Something
checks.
wild. Speaking of something wild, Rhino here.
50.
How about just flopping trips with the Jack 9 offsuit?
1 folds.
Zell's got middle pair. Oh, sorry, bottom pair.
2 folds. 5 calls.
Oh. And that is
5
nasty for
checks.
Zell. I wonder if you'll see Zell start to check this turn back.
7 bets 100. 5 calls.
I definitely, I see this going check on the river.
5 bets, 80.
Rhino puts out a bet that cries for a call.
7 calls. Got the 8. He's got the jack.
I like that lead from Rhino there. That particular run out is going to get checked back a lot by the person in position. Rhino just wants to make sure that he's kind of using some sort of catch-all sizing. Like if Zell had ace high, maybe even he might opt to make a call there, thinking that Rhino is kind of floating on the turn.
Zell and Rhino do play together often, so I'm actually a little surprised that Zell wasn't.
We'll switch him out for the live stream.
I mean, he priced him in there for sure, but I feel like when you're sitting there in Zell's spot, what else does, I mean, is he really betting an ace high as a blocker there?
Yeah.
It doesn't really make any sense.
Yeah, and for those of you out there that are unfamiliar with some of the players in this particular game, Rhino plays in a lot of the streams, Spot Limit Omaha and No Limit Hold'em included. And he's not afraid to move the chips around. I was talking to him before. He just enjoys the competition, right? He just enjoys kind of the camaraderie of the table. He likes playing the game, and he likes to apply pressure. So in any way that he can do that is good by his book.
You and me, Mark.
6 calls.
Yeah, he was giving me a little jab saying, hey, you didn't know my range?
There you
because I
go.
was commentating on the first stream there, and he was opening pretty wide.
It is funny, man. You'll definitely get that from the commentator perspective. There's a little community being built by the live stream here where it's like the interaction between, Jim, who is one of the owners and helped kind of put on the stream, between us back here in the booth and then the players, obviously. But it's all in good fun.
Dealing with you.
I'm the only one. No, re-rotation. So all the dealers are going to have a chance. Yeah. Jim, what's the max for the button or for the straddle in this game? 25 is the max.
Players getting
Got a
some
15
clarity on the
straddle on the
maximum straddle.
button. Under the gun does take further.
Gary sitting there in seat 1. Haven't seen Gary in a couple of weeks.
Yeah,
I missed him, man. He's so fun to watch.
I'm excited to see him on the stream today.
Fold.
Yeah.
This is the first time I've got to commentate where he's playing, so
Fold.
looks like he made it
Four
$15
folds.
button straddle.
5 folds. You guys got to slow down just a little bit. 6 folds. 7 folds. 10 folds. 1 raises, 2. Oh, never mind. You said raise, but nobody calls.
Gary tricked Eddie there.
They did.
What?
Eddie cracking up. Eddie cracks me up when he's in the box on the live stream, man, because he likes to let everybody know exactly where the action is in a loud and prompt manner. I appreciate it. I like it.
He said you got to slow down.
Commentators are bad.
But it's tough dealing this this live game. It's a little bit different than
Adam and
the normal
$10
process that
straddle
you go
by
through.
5.
Yeah, absolutely. Here are the kind of opening chip counts for you guys. This game is 500 to 1500 with a 70% match.
6 on you.
Dr. Mark with the Rockets.
6 makes it 40. 7 folds. 10 folds. Action's on
I believe
1.
we had a $10 under the gun straddle from Rhino.
1 raises to 105. 2 folds.
And here we go.
3 folds.
Brevin with a bit of an interesting spot here. He's 10 suited. Potentially a good candidate to put in a
4 calls.
4-bet bluff. He'll opt to cold call in the middle. The problem with cold calling in the middle,
5
especially when you
folds.
have a early position raiser, is you kind of leave yourself vulnerable to getting squeezed. And I do anticipate Dr. Mark
6 is all in.
doing exactly that.
Yeah.
Dr. Mark.
Especially when Dr. Mark's essentially under the gun there.
Yeah.
And he'll pick up a nice pot pre-flop.
He'll get back a little bit of that PLO bomb pot. It is funny, like a lot of the players that you'll see play the 2-5, or even some of the tournaments or the cash games out there in the main lobby. You know, the pot limit Omaha bomb pots, they just sit out of them now. And honestly, I do not fault them at all.
That's what I was just going to ask you. Are you a play the bomb pot or a sit out the bomb pot kind of guy?
I mean, I used to be all for it, you know, just even like 2 months ago, but anymore, man, Omaha is just, that is such a swingy game. Anything's possible. Everybody's drawing all the time. It's a much tougher game to withstand, like, you know, the variance of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
From just dealing and watching a lot of bomb pots, I think the best play is just keep the pot small on the flop. No reason to really bet the flop, even unless you're flopping the nuts on both boards or something like that. There's not much reason because everything's going to change so much. And most of the time, you're not going to be able to win both boards. So there's a lot of thought that goes into it.
Absolutely.
5 checks.
4 ways to the flop here. Zell
7
flopping
checks.
the nut flush
1
draw.
check.
Gary B. having raised it up with the 10 deuce offsuit.
2 bets, 100.
Gary B. well aware of the 10 deuce promotion.
Yeah, if you guys don't know, we have an awesome, awesome painting of Doyle Brunson in our room. So he's holding the 10 deuce in his hand, and we're running a promo until the end of the year. If you hold the 10 deuce and you flop a full house, you win $1,002. If you turn it, $500. And if you river it, $100.
7 checks. 2 checks.
The nut flush here for Zell.
Gonna be tough to get in the action.
Seven bets, 200.
And Dino, for those of you that haven't played with him, he can definitely be pretty curious. I think as Zell, like a much larger sizing there, if the graphic is true in that he only had about 600 back going into the river, that's about 2 times pot, he could have gone for some sort of river jam there. What's he targeting? He's targeting an 8. He's targeting 9-10. Basically trying to say either.
Yeah, almost every hand got there on that board.
Yeah, you know why not punish? Why not punish an 8, which would check back when a front door flush comes in sometimes, or a straight draw without a diamond that makes it.
Actions on 7. 7 calls. 10 calls.
And man, the Rockets,
Huh?
American Airlines, flying all around the table.
Zell limps.
1 raises to 35.
Russ USD. Are you familiar with?
I'm not, man. I don't know him.
Makes it 110.
Be curious. I mean,
Is that his name there? Russ.
I like
Russ
watching
USD. Yeah.
That is, yeah. I like watching the young bucks in there, though. The young guys. Like, I don't know if you were watching last week, though, but last week there was a ton of pre-flop aggression
10
by the young guys, especially compared to maybe what we're used to seeing, a lot more passive play pre-flop. But not to be deterred, Ryan S. showing a lot of heart here, 3-betting the Jack-10 offsuit. Connected hand.
Gary's like,
in position.
Do I got those aces? Yeah, I think I do. Let's
1 call.
string them along.
Oh!
1 check.
No, sir. Jacks are hot in the opening half hour here.
3 bets, 70.
Good sizing here.
1 call.
Gary has an obvious call. Still ahead of any queen. Drawing hands.
1 check.
One thing to note here, Gary does not have the ace of hearts in his hand, which is relevant. makes it more likely that Ryan could have something like ace-x of hearts, which would now get there on the 7 of hearts. So this board just kind of continues to get more and more uncomfortable for Gary.
3 bets, 225.
For Gary here, we're really hoping to be up against something like ace-queen with the ace of hearts.
Yeah, Gary's praying that this river checks back.
And this is just the ugliest board for Gary's black aces
Now
imaginable.
the question is, does he
Oh,
want to
look
turn
at
his hand
this.
into a bluff?
Gary is certainly one of, if not the craftiest player at the table. Oh my god, I love it.
1 bets, 375.
Did he bet enough there? Is the question.
Yeah, this is an extremely uncomfortable sizing for Ryan because you're on the one hand you're obviously getting a great price. He's getting about 3.5 to 1. On the other hand, the thoughts that are going through his mind are: do we really think Gary B would bluff this? And if we do, what hands can he possibly have? So if he doesn't have aces or kings, he would have to have something like a black ace-king.
Great bet there from Gary.
But Gary is crafty, and he's extremely capable.
And he shows the aces.
Man, you love to see it. What did I say right at the beginning? I said I missed Gary so much. The one seat is typically his seat. He's feeling at home, feeling comfortable.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun night.
Love getting to see him drive the action there.
Is that cedar point on his arm?
Say it again.
Is that cedar point, like on the side of his arm there?
Man, I don't. It might be.
It looks kind of like
It
it.
does kind of look like it.
I've actually never noticed that.
What's that? Square 9, okay.
And that was a
$10
baller
round.
bluff from Gary there. Just the worst run out imaginable for both players, obviously. Just an example of kind of who wanted it more. Gary getting crafty to take initiative away and
That's
lead.
your box you're going to be using for your cards.
There's a box there.
Oh, I see it.
Yeah, it's kind of tricky from this angle, but it's there.
6 folds. 7 calls.
And John W's in the game. John W., for those that don't know him, he's kind of becoming a bit of a staple in the 5-10 game. Super fun to watch. Kind of like Rhino.
1 makes it 55.
Just enjoys playing, enjoys the competition.
Yeah, he loves to see flaps. He loves to play. And we love to see it.
3 calls.
Ryan's hand can kind of go either way. It can call sometimes, and it can
5
raise
calls.
sometimes.
7 folds. 55. 9 calls.
John W's got some great table banter.
Eight queen deuce rainbow.
9 checks.
John
1
flops the
check.
best hand.
3 checks. 5 checks.
5 of spades gives Rhino a pair. Doesn't change much.
9 bets 60. One bets 140.
And Gary keeping the foot on the gas here.
3 folds.
Raises it up to 140. John bets 60 with second pair. Gary with no draw.
5 folds.
Just a couple blockers to the queen. I think he's probably reacting a little bit to John's sizing. John went with something like a quarter pot bet into the field, which just kind of screams a 5, 8, maybe 7s or 6s. Something that wants to kind of bet to try to protect, but at the same time not bloat the pot.
9 checks.
And I wonder if Gary's watched any of John play on these streams.
I was just gonna say, because John is not a folder. Bless his heart, the man.
You know, I think if he has, he knows he's got to go pretty big here.
355.
And he does go.
That
He
was a
goes
pretty healthy sizing.
about 70%. But like I said, John W. is not a folder. And the man has a pair and a blocker in the 6.
9 folds.
Wow, but John folds. I am surprised. That is uncharacteristic to say the least. Gary B. just foot on the gas pedal.
Yeah, I really think it came down to the sizing there. I think if, you know, Gary goes maybe 250 or less, I don't see John folding there.
He knew his customer. Put the pressure on with a larger sizing, gets it through. Daniel steps into the box. I want to thank everybody for tuning in. Again, this is the Reserve Poker Club, Toledo, Ohio. Out on the main floor right now. Got the, what is today? The 40 for 40?
50 for 50.
50 for 50.
50 for 50. Yeah.
50 for 50 tournament, $50. Get you 50,000 chips.
We're actually doing Toys for Tots here, so we've got about $2,000 collected already. You can do a $5 optional add-on if you play.
Oh, yeah, $5 for the tots. We raised a couple thousand.
Couple thousand
on Black
yeah.
Friday.
Yeah.
Black Friday, we had a $240 mystery bounty. One-day tournament. That was a fun one. Toys for Tot promotion. Brought in a lot of great gifts. A lot of money for a good cause. It's really nice to see everybody, you know, so generous, everybody willing to donate.
So I believe there was a $15 straddle. I don't think it went to 580.
Brevin's hand there is kind of interesting. Brevin can consider doing all 3 options. Folding isn't out of the question. You're obviously playing an unsuited high card hand that could be dominated.
And Rhino put in a really small 3-bet there.
He could call, look to evaluate. He could also raise having 2 blockers.
$10 straddle and 1.
Well, if you flop what?
Full house with
Yeah,
10 deuce.
10 deuce. Well,
The player's alluding to that 10 deuce.
C2.
That 10 deuce prop.
35. Raises to 35.
I'm sure we'll get a photo up there of the Doyle.
We might as well make it a side game, huh? Like the 7-deuce game.
It is kind of a
Yeah.
side game. It's a side game with the house for sure.
I'm saying it'd be nice if on this stream right here,
Oh yeah,
or maybe just on, you know,
there you go. It is a fun
on
promotion.
any of our Hold'em streams. Why not? You know, run a little.
1.
Man, that graphic out there too is beautiful.
35.
You guys got to come in and check it out there on the back wall of the Reserve Poker Club.
You must have been watching me on live stream before.
Air sprayed Doyle Brunson
what do you play, 5-10?
over top of the wall.
1, 2,
What an interesting flop here.
1
Russ,
2.
top pair in the nut flush draw. Zell open ended.
That's 85. 7 calls 85. 10 calls 85.
you always 3-bet. I'm in position no matter what hand you have.
Who told you that?
1.
He's right.
Dino let out here.
270.
Is that right? Yeah.
Oh, and Gary
See
B.
if you fold 2 hands pre-flop.
2.
He said, you know what? We're gonna keep it going.
Shooting it up here. The worst ace.
Yeah, Dino just took a stab there.
Yeah, let's see it.
What do you
7
want?
calls.
Make your fold good.
275.
You
Ten.
didn't
I want you to have a-
raise with Jack 10 there.
I want you to have a pair.
And now I'm ripping it.
Okay.
If it's me,
Yep.
I'm ripping it in there.
Russ is in a kind of awkward position where if a club riffs off here, he's out of position against 2. And so it's oftentimes going to get checked through. He's going to have to look to lead some boards on club turns.
10. Checks. 1. Check. 7.
He certainly wasn't gonna fight you, really. It was
Check.
for $80 in position.
And off to a river we go. There's the queen.
The straights miss.
10,
But
check,
9-10
1,
does get there.
check, 7.
Twice is good.
And Russ played that pot very passively. I'm just wondering at that point, you know, if you're in Russ's spot.
Yeah, it's that's a, like I said, that's a pretty tricky spot to play, particularly out of position against 2, especially when Zell overcalls, or excuse me, goes call. It's going to be a tough spot because if Russ, let's say Russ calls the flop, red 6 peels on the turn, and he rips, what worse hands is he really going to get called by? Ace king, ace queen, maybe. But ripping into 2 is going to be tough because a lot of the draws would think, well, why wouldn't we just get it all in on the flop? Maybe we'll run it twice, but I know for a fact that we're going to see at least 2 cards.
10 calls.
Why would a draw
1,
rip it on the turn
2,
Just try it again.
with only 1 card to come?
raise the 35.
Worked so well last
So it
time.
just makes Russ look a little bit stronger, which means that the hands that he wants to get called by have to be a little bit stronger. Hands like ace-jack plus come to mind. The Brevin here with a slam dunk 3-bet incoming.
150. 5.
And the Rhinoceros with a connected hand.
Calls 150.
And he
love it.
wants to come along.
6.
Can't blame the heart.
7. Folds. 9. Folds. 10.
Russ out of the small blind here. He's kind of got to play a 3-better fold.
2.
He's going to opt to fold.
Yeah, really tough when you're first to act on every street.
Dino getting a
115. He's getting a little over 3-1 to call.
He's getting a decent price. He's going to go ahead and look to tear off an 8 here.
2.
This is going to be a good board for Brevin. This is going to be a board where if he uses a standard sizing, and what I mean by that is somewhere in between a third and
Check.
maybe half pot. Wow, he's going to go ahead and check back here. I like the check back. It's deceptive.
Checks.
I think
4.
that the unfortunate part about the check back is that Brevin is going to be missing value from a lot of weaker pairs. Hands that come to mind are 7s, 8s, 9s, and 10s.
300.
I think what Brevin's thinking there is that his play looks so strong that those hands will fold the flop anyway, and he's only going to get called by a king.
See, but the benefit of betting the flop, like let's say Brevin would have led
Call 300.
for something in a smaller sizing on this sort of turn, he might be able just to look to get it all in, headed to the river now. Dino still has a little bit behind. And the 8 coming a little bit late.
Yeah. And Dino's almost committed himself
I was
at
going to
this
say,
point.
if Dino's stack is really that size, I thought it was a little bit bigger, but
All in. 4's all in.
Dino is essentially going to have to call.
Yeah, it looks like his stack is accurate there.
And Brevin,
Picks up a nice pot there.
young buck, firing. Gonna stack the first player of the night, Dino. Pocket queens. $700. Nice hand from Brevin there.
Yeah, I mean, of course, when the board's king, king, king like that, I know the 8s, they look a lot better. But, I mean, really, you know, Brevin 3-bets pre-flop, what are we beating there? Ace-queen, maybe, you know? Like, that's the only hand at that point that I don't think Brevin's going to fire away.
Yeah. And look, I said that, you know, I was advocating for a flop bet there, but I think Brevin assessed something really well, which is Dino's stack size relative to the pot was only about 2 times the pot, which means that Brevin can bet a reasonable size on any turn card, essentially, get called, and then immediately Dino is committed, right?
Yeah.
Dino's getting laid such a good price. He's getting about 6-1 on the river there. He has to call with a pair.
He was getting a great price, and then that price also committed him. So, yeah, I mean, absolutely.
5 folds.
So well played by Brevin there.
Raises to 50. 7 folds. 9 folds. 10 folds. 1. Calls 50. 2. Calls 50. 3. Calls.
No, he didn't show.
1 checks. 2 checks. 3 checks. 6.
All right, a little behind on the action there. Not quite sure what happened pre-flop.
1.
I heard 50.
Single raise pot, it was 20.
3.
3
I'm
callers.
pretty sure the raise got up to 50.
6.
I heard the dealer say.
Oh,
If
I'm
you
seeing
look at
some
the pot, there's a bunch of green
yeah,
chips
green chips
in
there in the bottom.
So Dr. Mark goes ahead and bets, I'm going to say 3/4 pot. This is 4 ways times 50.
Gary B.
Gary is just ready to put everybody to the test tonight.
It's so fun to watch.
I love it. I love
It's
it.
so fun to watch.
3. Fold. 6.
How much more?
395 total.
But Dr. Mark is not deterred. And it doesn't look like he has an awful lot behind. I wonder if Gary will opt to get it in.
1.
A little short of 3.
870. Mark said he had a little bit over 3. 367 it shows on the board.
1 checks.
He is going to check
Gary
and give
gives
up.
up here.
You got a pair.
Yeah, unless
Yeah.
unless Mark specifically had missed diamonds, there wasn't anything that Gary could get him off of there.
Yeah. Mark just has two little chips behind. Especially conversely, if he puts Gary B on diamond bluffs, which brick out, then Mark has to call.
And
Well-
good call there by Mark too. I mean, Gary puts the pressure on him, and
Absolutely.
I think maybe Gary is trying to feel where. I mean, hey, when you play on the stream, it can be a little nerve-wracking at times. So I think Gary is trying to put everybody to the test.
C2.
But Gary definitely has the most stream experience, bar potentially Rhino.
4.
But between the two of them, they have
75.
more stream experience than
5.
the entirety of the rest of the lot, for sure. Kind of like you were saying, playing on the stream definitely changes the perspective of the players, changes the way that a lot of them, particularly the ones that are new, will play.
Fold. 10. Fold. 1.
Here comes our man.
Calls.
Brevin raising an early position with 10-8
And Russ
suited.
just dumped Jack 10 suited there in late position, and he would have flopped a flush. Do you like that fold?
Check.
With Jack 10 suited, no. I think probably what he was thinking was something along the lines of Gary B is going to be raising at a large frequency, maybe putting him in an awkward squeeze position. I think Jack 10 suited is definitely a hand strong enough to proceed with at least a call.
Yeah, that seemed like a tight fold to me.
No, it cost you 370.
One's all in.
Gary,
All in.
Fold.
let's get it in.
All right.
Call.
And Rhino doesn't have enough to fold. Rhino bet 200. He's only got 370 left, so he never is going to ever be able to fold there.
Okay.
One time, they say. Gary looking for a 7. No 7 there. Rhino makes top 2 on the river. He's going to double through Gary, leaving Gary at around $850. Rhino getting a double up to about 1,500. And while Dan goes ahead and counts down Rhino's stack, gets the chips all right, we'll go ahead and introduce our first sponsor of the night, Carpet Spectrum, located at 1855 South Reynolds Road, right here in Toledo. Principal owner David Joseph, accompanied by Anthony Lamb, head of sales. Carpet Spectrum, home of all your floor and floor care needs. Family owned for 18 years, supplying and installing floor covering ranging from carpet, luxury vinyl planking, hardwood, ceramic, and laminate. Carpet Spectrum is home to one of the largest remnant rooms in Toledo and the surrounding area. Come on in and mention you saw the ad on the Reserve Poker Club live stream. Receive 20% off your next order. That's 20% off at Carpet Spectrum when you mention the Reserve Poker Club live stream.
Blues out here, please.
Looks like Rhino is in receipt of those chips from Gary B. We're going to go ahead and get the next hand rolling for you. Plenty of action driven mainly by Gary
I'd
B
love to
here in
see
the
it.
first
I'd love
half
to see
hour.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gary is just playing every hand. Top pair, get it in there.
See what he's shown. He doesn't need, the man doesn't need a pair, doesn't need a draw. And that's what makes it so tough to play against. For those of you out there that haven't played in a game quite like this one,
5 folds, 6.
either in terms of stakes or personnel,
Raise to 30.
a player like Gary V throws quite the wrench into any traditional game plan,
Calls 30.
especially when it comes to
10 calls 30.
somebody who either like studies the game
One
or watches a
calls,
lot of online poker.
2 folds,
You won't see a lot of people like Gary B who are just really willing to put people in difficult positions.
3 calls, 4.
Yeah, he puts you in a blender.
4 folds.
Off to the flop we go. How about a fun one
Alright,
here?
here we
Gary
go.
B with top 2. Russ,
Checks.
the nut flush draw, some overcards.
Bets 50. 10 calls 50. 1.
John led there. Gary wasted no time getting it in.
3. Folds.
Oh, just a small raise there.
6. Folds. 9. Fold. 10. Calls 115.
Interesting that Russ just opts to call here kind of instantly. I would have maybe given
Check.
at least the
1.
glance, taken the time to maybe suggest that you were contemplating something more aggressive.
And he's got to love that turn card.
That's 150. 10. Calls 150.
Again, Russ is just going to kind of snap this off here.
Ooh.
Oh, wow.
Counterfeited.
Gary counterfeit on the river, and I think he's going to look to go for value here,
That's
thinking that he's beating any other 8.
Yeah, I mean,
And for this sizing,
not
Russ has to
expecting-
call.
he's not expecting Russ to have a 9 here. Maybe 9-7, you know, for an open ender. You know, any 9 with a diamond. But I definitely don't mind the value bet.
And Russ, I mean, Russ has to call. He's getting 7-1.
10 calls.
Top. He's going to go ahead and show it down, and Gary B's not going to be happy with that
No,
one.
he's not happy at all.
It's dirty.
Gary B says, "Man, if I had that hand, that's the nuts."
It's going to be especially ugly for Gary because, I mean, if a diamond comes, he can kind of get away, especially if Russ decides to lead into him or, you know, Gary can just check back when check 2. But the fact that it's a deuce
Yeah.
kind of tricks Gary into thinking, okay, I can get value from ace-8, 8-7, 8-10.
C3 is adding 1,000.
Yeah, that's the only card that he doesn't want to see the board pair with. Even if it pairs with the 9, it shrinks his hand up enough to where he can get away.
I'm gonna 15.
$15 straddle and 6.
Under the gun, $15 straddle.
I like when the players keep the straddle under the gun as opposed to on the button. If you guys are frequent viewers of the stream, you'll know that the players will oftentimes do a button straddle, but when you're playing in the blinds in poker, you're already at such a significant disadvantage to have to act first pre-flop on top of that.
55.
Just kind of creates a bit of a
3 folds. 4 folds.
I completely agree.
bit of an uncomfortable dynamic. You'd much rather have it under the gun.
6 folds. 9 call.
You can almost never call. I mean, you shouldn't really. You know, there's just
So there's so much action behind.
such a likelihood that someone's gonna raise.
Oh, hello, Rhino.
Check. 1 check.
We don't know what Gary's cards are. He did raise pre.
Rhino flopping a flush.
That's 125. 9.
Woo!
Oh, my! Gary.
Yikes.
That is gross.
And Gary only has 392 back.
That's
Oh.
true. I think Gary can just kind of rip this in. Know that he's going to get called by most everything. I mean, think
Yeah.
about this is almost verbatim what happened with these two just 3 hands ago on a similar 3 of the same suit board. Gary B shoved over the top of Rhino's bet. Rhino called. So if he knows he's going to get bet, if he knows he's going to get called by top pair or better here, why not just get it in?
5. That's 150.
I guess with his position there, he's just trying to look weak, trying to make it look like he's calling with some sort of draw, you know, on the turn, and
5 calls.
making sure that he gets paid. But I agree. I mean, I don't think there's, you know, what hand is Rhino ever going to bet there where he's going to fold for 200 more?
And Gary's going to go ahead and shrug and say all in. Rhino snaps, obviously, and Gary tells him, I have the nuts.
205.
Gary's going to be kicking himself
205.
for not calling for an add-on. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
He doesn't seem like a one-bullet type of man.
Plenty of bullets in the chamber for Gary.
And the massage is starting? Oh. Uh-oh.
Some updated chip counts, Brevin.
Yeah, the
Up
young
at the top there.
young guns, like you said.
I like it.
Yeah.
Russ up there as well.
Hurry up, Roscoe. Seven calls. Nine. Raises
John's in the
35.
game. No straddle this hand, just $5.
One fold. 2 folds. 3.
Gary's hand must have been real bad.
Oh, and here we go.
Raises to 120. 4 folds. 5 folds.
Ryan Schminsky.
6 folds. 7 folds. 9 folds.
John W. Go ahead and call. We'll see 3.
Ooh.
Couple of clubs there, but all undercards.
Reiterated how bad you were, and then push me.
3.
I just wasn't gonna fold my hand.
I didn't have enough money there.
At any point, I wasn't gonna fold that flop. But I'm playing 7 flush.
Ryan deciding how much he wants to
I
bet.
was gonna ask for a straight flush.
You had diamonds there.
Yeah, I called you on the 7.
9 calls on it.
John
I
calls.
was bored. I had 7, 5, and 9.
I just looked
I
back.
turned a pair.
9.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And a king on the turn for Ryan. Does bring in a backdoor flush draw as well.
Seems like John was ready from the start to not lose a whole lot on this hand. He didn't 3-bet pre. He didn't raise the flop. I think he has to feel that his opponent's pretty strong here. And he makes
Good fold there
makes
from
a quick-
John.
Quick fold. Good fold from John.
King is definitely a scare card. I think that's definitely a card that you could see Ryan check at some frequency.
$25 straddle.
Reason why I say that is because it's going to be tough to get 3 streets of value with your hand. You're more likely to get 2 streets. If you check back on the turn, kind of disguises the strength of your hand, maybe makes it a little bit easier for you to get called on a river bet.
Now, out of position there pre-flop,
6.
are you putting in the 4-bet? Or is it just, is that kind of a player-by-player basis?
Fold.
Kind of depends. You know, when you're playing deep stack
9 folds.
cash, I think you can definitely make an
10
argument
folds.
for just
1
calling
raises,
Jackson 10s.
25.
It's a lot of money in front of you when you get 4, or if you get 5-bet. Hell, even when you get called.
Calls.
A lot of people don't really play 5-bet ranges in games like these. So if you get called after 4-betting, it's most likely that people are going to have aces, kings, queens, as well as ace-king, ace-queen, which are the hands that you're hoping your opponent has. A 5 in the window for Rhino there.
1. That's 80. 2.
A massage put you to sleep or what?
I think we lost Sel.
5.
Somebody just did a wellness check.
Rhino not going to be folding
Calls 80.
his 5 on this board, especially not to Gary B.
1. That's 250. 5. Folds.
Gary
Yeah.
just showing some raw aggression there.
I, for one, will not mind watching the Gary and Rhino show all night.
They're definitely two of the players most likely to drive action there for sure. They're fun to watch and they like to battle. Just something we appreciate. So they did drop off a little bit of a profile on Ryan Schminsky, the 3 seat. I think this is one of the first times, if not the first time, that we've had him
Probably
on the
his
stream
first
here.
time here if we got the profile.
Yeah, from New Boston, Michigan. No nickname or catchphrase yet that he wants us to know about. But they did ask him the question, how did you get into poker? He said he became interested after Moneymaker won. Started playing Limit Hold'em in the casino just as soon as he turned 21. And his favorite variant is No Limit, the one that we're playing right here.
1. Calls.
I don't think I've played a Limit game in a formal setting yet.
You don't want to.
Yeah.
Oof. But when I was 18, I went to Soaring Eagle and I played limit poker there, 3-6 limit.
Oh, really?
And it was not good.
Yeah, in my 9 months of live experience so far, I have not
Raises to 140.
ventured into the limit streets
Four
yet.
folds.
Ryan said he likes no limit, and we can kind of see why here. This is definitely an aggressive move. Ace-Jack offsuit
Five
into a
folds. 6 folds.
large
9
field here.
folds.
Yeah, but I think he sees the limpers out there, and he's... We had a $15 straddle, limp, limp, limp. He sees that free money out there.
Yeah, that
One,
kind of what you're describing. It's definitely an argument
2 folds.
that Russ could make for wanting to
Re-squeeze.
put in a squeeze there. He's got a suited ace. I think if you're in Russ's shoes, you could definitely build out a limping range, especially when you have Gary on your left there. If you know Gary's going to go ahead and shoot up a lot of pots, why not look to limp some of your more polarized hands, meaning your strongest, and some of your weaker ones, and then look to play aggressively with those when faced with aggression. What I mean by that is, let's say Russ has aces. He wants to limp because he suspects Gary V or Rhino behind him will raise, and they do. He wants to be able to re-raise those hands. Simultaneously, he wants to also
4,
have a couple bluffs in there so that he's not super predictable.
5. Call. 6. Calls. 7 raises to 100.
Woke him up.
Somebody woke Zell up.
Folds.
The man got an ace on the
We had a
button.
$25 maximum straddle from Gary B. And Rhino's hopping in there with the 10 deuce. You love to see it. Dr. Mark got a little bored, said let's come along with King 8 off.
And Gary B has taken hands like these, the 7-3 offsuit, the 8-4 offsuit, the ace-deuce offsuit in previous streams and just blasted it down.
1 fold.
And you
He
can
thought
see,
about
you
it.
can
He
see
thought about
there's very few people here that I would suspect that would do that with the intention of actually thinking about putting in something crazy. I think a lot of people in that situation would just be Hollywooding. Gary B is not one of those people. The man actually was thinking about doing something wild there.
5. Check.
Ace, Jack, 8 rainbow. Top pair for Zell. Bottom pair for Dr. Mark.
When you turn me? Yeah, I figured you hit the 10.
7 bets 300.
Said it first that check through, but it looks like actually Zell is going to bet 300.
Some shit.
5 folds. 6 folds.
And Zell picking up his first pot of the night.
Well, you got plenty of to use those.
I like that hat Zell's got on.
Yeah, I do love a good bucket hat.
The Ralph Lauren, looks like the white linen bucket hat. We gotta get John W. to wear some stuff like that.
That's what I need actually when I'm dealing on stream. That way I don't have that glare going off the
There
top
you
of my
go.
head. It's better when I'm back here. You can't see me as much.
That's just because they haven't panned back to us back here. yet, man. They got those lights beaming down on us back here.
Even then, I'm still tall enough that you don't get that top angle.
There you go.
See, Josh knows. He's got the hat on.
I thank
Hey,
thank everybody for
listen to
joining
us.
us.
See?
Yeah. Oh, there
Look
we
at all
go.
that hair.
There we go. See, you can't even see it. What are you talking
Exactly.
about? No backshot. Thanks everybody for joining us tonight. Again, my name is Maxwell Rossi. Joined with Adam here, back in the booth. We'll be bringing you guys the 2-5 action. We started a little bit later tonight, so we'll be going until around 12:30, I think.
It's been fun so far.
It has been plenty of fun. Josh is going to take the box now, and
It looks
De-
like we're doing bomb pots
deal
once an
out
hour
the-
today.
see, this is smarter. See, some of the groups.
And I like it.
I
I
was
mean,
going to say some of the groups want to do it every half hour. Other groups want to do it every hour.
well, I think it makes sense on a Hold'em day to not go crazy with Omaha bomb pots.
Yeah, absolutely. Some of the 5-10 crowd like it because they play both pretty frequently, but I don't think many of these players play Omaha. I know Rhino and Zell do. Dino, I know, will play some smaller stake Omaha games, but the rest of the group doesn't sound like too many Omaha players.
see what we got up here. Don't see any 9s yet. But Gary B's not scared. Goes ahead and leads out. He's got top 2. Or sorry, top and bottom on the top board. And nothing on the bottom.
Rhino's got a nice one here.
Rhino has a beautiful hand.
A 9.
A 9 with a wrap. 9-10 jack.
He's got everybody just kind of dominated in this hand here. Dr. Mark going to call with the pair in the bottom end of an open-ender. Here we go to the turn.
And bink for Rhino.
The nuts for Rhino on the top. Still got a 9 on the bottom. Dr. Mark has kind of put himself in an awkward spot because look at this. Dr. Mark now has a wrap.
Yeah.
And a flush draw on the
well,
one
he
board.
makes the bottom end of the straight on the top with 5-6. And on the bottom, he's got the wrap and the flush draw.
Gary B with an easy fold.
But this is kind of the unfortunate spot we were just talking about. I don't think Dr. Mark is too familiar with these double board Omaha bomb pots.
Rhino's going to go ahead and scoop this. This is one of those spots. Let's just keep the pressure on.
Yeah, Rhino's doing dances in his head. Especially when that four pairs the board on the bottom, it makes it even less likely that he's ever beat.
Rhino going to go ahead. Rhino goes pretty small. Just bets 200.
Yeah.
Kind of surprising to me because you saw Dr. Mark kind of snap called that.
Right.
I wonder, Dr. Mark.
And Dr. Mark thought he had one of the boards at
I was gonna
least.
say
I'm not
that-
sure exactly what he said, but
What that most likely means when Dr. Mark snap calls is that he would have tank called 400.
Right.
He would have thought about it for a minute and then called.
because Rhino had less than a pot-sized bet left.
That being said-
maybe a 75-80% pot-sized bet was his stack there, I'm pretty sure.
That being said, Rhino's going to go ahead and take down a nice one. Dr. Mark, unfortunately, just kind of taking it on the chin in these PLO bomb pots so far tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing him just sit out the rest of them.
Like we mentioned earlier, a lot of players do that. At the same time, he's also been put in a couple of uncomfortable spots. He obviously, in the first PLO bomb pot, had the nuts on one board. Just it ran out unfavorably for him on that hand. He turned a lot of equity on one board. And the bottom end of an open end straight on the second board, so I can't fault him for wanting to speculate.
Yeah, but that just comes down to if you're not familiar with PLO, you know, you just don't really have that mentality that you need the nuts, especially in those double board bomb pot situations. You know, the nuts changes on every street almost every time.
Absolutely.
So if you don't have the nuts after the river, more often than not, you should be folding.
Yeah.
You got to have a pretty sick read to call off something there.
Oh, and this card is disgusting. Look at this. Gary B. Hits a gutter. Dino checks. And now Rhino is going to bet here. And I fully suspect Gary B will be putting in a raise here. This pot is awfully small for having the second nuts on a double flush draw board.
And I kind of thought Dino might have checked there with the thought to put in a raise, but he also is just going to call.
I'm awfully surprised by how passive both.
Wow!
Ooh, quads on the river!
Wow.
Oh, this is just much too small.
Gary does have a strong enough hand he could think about a raise here. I think that's what he's contemplating.
See, but Dino is running the risk of allowing Gary V to just call. Let's see what happens here. Wow, that is a sick river. Dino goes.
And he does put in the raise.
275.
Dino puts on a
Oh,
little
this
Hollywood.
is yeah. We
Let
shouldn't
me
be
grab my.
doing that.
Oh man,
We shouldn't be doing this. as
Another
Dino.
175. Ah, man. All in and a snap? Was that an all in and a snap?
It was. It was.
I thought I had to. I thought I had to hit a full house on the river to. When you guys had a straight. I was betting on the come. I had the higher straight. I had the higher straight.
It's tough to lie on live stream right now.
Man, that's pretty sick.
That is disgusting.
That's pretty disgusting there. Hey, Dino, small sizing worked out for him. He kind of induced Gary.
And Dino says, hey, I wasn't even raising on the turn because I thought somebody already had a straight and I knew I needed to boat up. All right, hopping right back into it. We just had a big weekend with Black Friday and everything. We're bringing it right back with the Winter Classic, December 5th through 11th. Event number 1, 5K Pot Limit Omaha on Monday, December 5th, 6:15 p.m. start time. Anybody who's regular here knows we're usually 7:15, so next week, just beware, 6:15 start times. Tuesday, double green chip bounty, 165 buy-in, $50 bounties. Wednesday, December 7th, I love this one. 6:15 start time, $500 freeze out. We're taking it back to the days, back to the old school. $500 freeze out, no rebuys, no re-entries. And then our $50,000 guaranteed main event, $100 buy-in. We've set this one up for anybody and everybody to come play. This is our smallest buy-in that we've ran for one of our big main events. So I'm expecting the whole house to be filled. We got multiple flights. One on Thursday, 2 on Friday, 2 on Saturday.
9 calls.
Day 2's on Sunday. 6:15 start times Thursday, Friday night, and Saturday night. What is it, 11:15? 11:15 or 10:15?
Something there in the early afternoon, but man, I'm excited for that tournament series. It's going to be fun. The Black Friday turnout, if I remember correctly, was the largest turnout they've ever had.
Yeah, it was awesome. It was our biggest one-day event ever.
It was insane.
Over
It
200
was
entries.
a packed house here. It was awesome to see, though.
That mystery bounty's fun.
Wow, Rhino.
About 5 moves on.
Just going to get it in here with ace queen.
How much does he have? 1.3K.
Wow, that is...
Full amount. He's got 4 plus.
Wow.
Let me see the black one.
And Russ has been the tightest player at the table so far, and I don't know if Rhino is trying to take advantage of that.
That is aggressive with ace queen offsuit. If it were suited, maybe makes it just a hair bit better. Just given the fact that you're going to see less suited combinations means you're going to be doing it less often. Man, this is going to look awfully strong to Russ. This is not a snap call by any stretch of the imagination here. The only thing going for Russ to make it a little bit easier is that he's playing against Rhino specifically. If this were somebody like Dr. Mark, who's played a little bit tighter, a little bit more on the passive side, then it might be an easier call, or then it might be an easier fold, excuse me. But against Rhino, Rhino is just super active.
Yeah,
he's put a lot
if
of
he's
chips
watched
in.
any of our previous streams, if he's, I mean, I know that Russ has probably played with Rhino off the stream before too as well. So,
But this is an awfully large jam in a relatively passive game, so this is going to look, I mean, this is an awfully tough decision. This is not a decision that I, by any stretch of the imagination, can't empathize with. Oh, Russ lays it
Wow.
down.
Good hand.
What a play there by Rhino.
Where'd you at?
I'll show it.
You'll show it?
Yeah.
I'll take it and beat.
I have you beat.
You're fucking nuts. Alright,
See, look, Rhino, it doesn't even come into the calculus.
Oh.
I'm trying to figure out if I'm right.
Oh.
Suited?
No, I was suited. I was just getting in.
It doesn't even come into the calculus for Rhino that he would fold ace king. You heard him say with confidence, I had you.
Yep.
I think what you were thinking, I would.
Well, you're aggressive on the button. You do it with ace queen.
I was trying to think what you thought.
All
that I
right,
phrased
small,
it.
big, we got a $20 button straddle. and
Man, that's pretty sick.
It was like the one
Ace jack
hand
or
that.
better.
That was the one hand that.
I'll figure
I had
any
beat
aces, aces or kings there to call me.
25, excuse me, $25 straddle on the spot one, 25 to go.
Was good that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, for Russ, I'm not sure, if this is, if he's taking a shot in this game. He has played pretty passively. He's made some big hands,
6 calls.
but it seems like he's maybe gotten the minimum in a couple spots.
One checks the option.
I don't know. I'm not sure if that's a factor here or not.
That's tough, but listening into the table talk there, it's kind of funny because Rhino had Ryan pegged for a lot weaker than he actually was, and Ryan had Rhino pegged for a lot stronger than he actually was. So both players' reads there just off the marker, but it was Rhino who put the last bet in, so his read was the
5 checks, 6 checks,
winning one in that sense.
1 checks.
It's a pretty interesting hand. I think Ryan will, if Ryan goes back and watches the stream,
5 checks, 6 checks.
I think he won't
9
think
checks.
too dismissively of his decision or too poorly of his decision, because it is a large raise. It's almost 300 big blinds
Pair of 2.
into a pretty passive game. But the fact that it's Rhino has played such a high percentage of the hands.
It was a double hunt.
Yeah, that's the thing. And if he's, you got to think these younger guys watch these streams. They watch these replays on YouTube. So he probably has to have some idea of how Rhino plays. Rhino mixes it up.
I didn't think that you do that with a middle pair.
I wouldn't have called you if I was still there. Unless there was multi.
Scared of a flip?
Not at all. I didn't think I was flipping. What if he had? You saw that he had.
He's laid hands twice down now pre-flop after he's raised. What's he talking about?
Comment section.
If he had Jack.
Wondering if maybe the game is a little too big there. Kind of exactly what I said.
Alright, he's going to start in spot 5.
And Rhino continuing his streak of playable hands here, picking up pocket tens for the second time tonight.
Raise to 20. 6 calls, 7 folds, 9, 10 fold.
That's gonna look terrible.
Raise to 90. Spot 1 raises to 90.
Gary B hasn't played a hand in a little while, so he said, you know what?
It's definitely been at least one hand.
Let's 3-bet it up.
It's been at least one hand since we put in a raise.
There's another hand there.
I thought you did.
But again,
Most of the time you're gonna have.
this is the, if Brevin learned anything from the ace-10 suited hand earlier, maybe not. Oh,
No, he
he's
is.
going
He's
to take a
got
different, he
raising
did
check.
learn something. You're right.
Spot 4 re-raises to 225.
Interesting sizing here. So he's sizing down a little bit. When I say sizing down, you typically think of bets as multiples of the last bet. And so Brevin is making it about 2.5 times the last bet. The problem with making it that small is that you have so many people behind that will then have to act, that if just one person calls, they're giving a great price now to the third person, who's going to give an even better price to the fourth person,
Right.
and so on and so forth. So typically when you have multi-way pots, you want to use a larger multiple of the last bet than you would if you were playing against one person, for example.
And Rhino specifically is someone who could just flat a 4-bet like that.
Yeah, I mean, being out of position against two. This is pretty interesting. Brevin goes ahead and checks.
1 checks.
Gary B picks up an open-ender.
This board for Brevin is supposed to be pretty good for what he has, because if he can have ace-jack, he can have ace-king, obviously. He could have kings or queens, king-queen suited, maybe.
275.
Spot 4 bets 275.
Rhino's thinking if his hand was so strong, why wouldn't he have continued on the flop?
Or used a larger sizing. I mean, because remember back to the hand that Brevin played with Dino, where Brevin checked flop when he had a strong hand, and then he used a larger sizing on the turn.
Yeah.
Now there's even more things going that would advocate for an even larger sizing, because now Brevin is playing in a four-way pot instead of heads up.
And Gary B actually has less than that. Which even makes that bet by Brevin a little bit more interesting, because if he knew what Gary's stack size was there, and the flop going checked all the way around, there's not much Gary's going to fold with how much money's in there.
We got 3 players, 1 all in. Last card.
Brevin needs an ace-jack or 10. That's not going to get it done, but it does make
Gary.
Gary B straight.
4 checks.
So Rhino's going to go ahead and take
Shows a pair of 10s. Spot 1's got
A little
straight.
side
a
pot.
side pot.
And Gary
Gary
with
V,
the triple.
Just like that, Gary B is all the
Tripled
way.
up.
He's back to
This
starting
game
stack.
is back in
Oh,
action.
man.
Bet
You love to see it.
406,
Hey,
please.
all things
406.
considered, though, I do want to give a huge shout out to Brevin, though, because I think Brevin just showed that he's one of very few players that are capable of doing some craziness like what he just did, right? Where he says, I'm going to go ahead and out of position, put in a 4-bet against the 2 loosest players in the game,
Yeah.
unafraid.
400 plays, Mark. 400 plays.
I'm not blaming you for calling, I'm blaming you for winning.
And I think your analysis with the sizing is spot on. You know, if he goes 3.5 to 4x there, you know, it's tough for Rhino. Rhino raised to 20.
And look, Rhino's in the middle because he's got Dr. Mark and he's got Gary B behind. I think the problem for Brevin kind of becomes what you were mentioning, where Gary B is so short stacked behind. Gary B has not shown a propensity to fold. Gary B is pretty much going to call with whatever.
Well, I mean, actually, I mean, if you're a Brevin spot, maybe he even, I mean, I would even like that better, to just make a raise that's big enough to get Gary in on the flop and try to get everybody else out.
Yeah, if you can just isolate.
You know,
against the
Gary's
short
been
stack,
playing.
Gary
you
could
know,
have anything. I mean, hell, up until the river,
$10 bonus straddle in spot
Gary B
3.
was behind Brevin's ace high.
Yeah.
Spot 2 folds, 3 calls. We're heads
So
up.
a lot of gusto though from Brevin. It was again, just an example, kind of like I mentioned earlier. You'll see it a lot more from, particularly skewing towards the younger players, some aggression pre-flop, and it makes it a little bit more fun because it puts people in uncomfortable spots.
Spot 1 bets
and also props to him for, you know,
2 and 3 folds.
adjusting and learning his play in game. You know, you saw him earlier
450
flat
spot 6.
in, I'm pretty sure that same position with the ace-10 suited when there was a 3-bet. And then he ended up having to fold when there was a 4-bet behind him.
Yeah. Max Rothfuss, excuse me if I butchered your last name there, in the YouTube live chat saying 2.5x is pretty standard for 4-bets. It's such a strong move. You don't need to go huge with the sizing. I'd agree 100%, especially when you watch a lot of online play. You'll see people kind of sizing down a little bit, somewhere in between 2 to 3x. The kind of the variables that we were talking about are maybe recommend a little bit larger sizing. In my opinion, just the fact that you're playing looser players. The fact that
Yeah,
you're playing against a larger number of players rather than heads up, and the fact that you're out of position. But again, regardless of what you think about sizing or you know, the fact that he was out of position or what have you. It's just cool to see Brevin put in a move like that because he's one of the only players at the table that would do something like that on a bluff bar. Maybe somebody like Gary B, for example.
Or Rhino. I mean, we just saw Rhino put 1,300 in with ace-queen off. So.
Rhino, man.
But that's the thing, you
Super
know.
fun to
Yeah,
watch.
you know, I understand the whole math and everything behind the 2.5 times sizing, but I'm installing the Rhino factor into all this, so I know that
The Rhino factor.
with that small sizing, it just incentivizes Ryan to call.
R squared. The Rhino factor.
One fold.
All right, Brevin back in the 3-bet game. Looks like Dino opened to 35.
Wow, Dino not going to defend with king queen suited.
You had ace ten suited, I know exactly what you had. See,
It's pretty interesting.
Ace ten suited.
Definitely much more on the tighter side for sure.
Yeah, that was pretty tight.
King queen suited is pretty hand, plays well post flop. I think most people would probably tell you that a call is maybe the standard option, with a 4-bet even being preferred over a fold, but he did opt to make the fold, and we'll move on to the next hand.
9 folds, 10 folds.
Gary B picking up them ladies. No straddle. Gary says you didn't straddle?
Spot 1 bets 30. 2 folds.
And this is pretty funny to me,
4 folds.
the fact that the game has
Spot 5 raises to 75.
playing with an open playing with a an open size of 30 in a 2-5 game. Rhino going to go ahead and 3-bet from the button here with the king deuce suited.
Alright, we're heads up.
Gary doesn't want to scare him off.
Spot 1 checks, 5 checks.
Check, check.
Spot 1 bet 75.
Rhino going to go ahead and give it up.
Rhino said I was just messing around.
Not flopping a whole lot there.
Just messing around, guys.
10, 8, 9. Gary B will take it down with queens. Josh will get us going for the next hand. Brian Pitts, we see you in the YouTube chat. He asked, can you explain the flights
Vic, can we get some blue chips?
for your bigger tournaments? I'm not sure for the Winter Classic if we have a tournament flight structure quite yet. I think we're starting off with 30,000 chips at 100 level with 20 or 30-minute levels.
Top 12% advanced to day 2. So it's all based on the number of players that show up for each flight.
$10 blind straddle out of spot 6. Sell folds on the spot 9. Call 10 folds.
And then one last note, Brian.
1 calls.
It's typically
Folds.
the top 12,
3 folds.
like Adam mentioned, advanced to day 2, which will be held on Sunday for that big one. Yep, that's correct. Day 2 is on Sunday. And typically the blind level reverts so that I think the median stack is somewhere around 25, 30 big blinds normally.
I think it might even be a little bit more than that.
A little bit deeper. There you go.
Spot 1.
Oh, trips over trips. Rhino and John.
Actually, check, check. Over 5. Let's talk about victory. 40 to go. Spot 5 bets 46 folds.
Let's see what John opts to do here.
This comes along with the call.
Spot 1 folds. Alright, we're heads up.
Well, the interesting thing here is that this is oftentimes just going to be a chop.
Don't jinx it.
Rhino now picks up outs that he doesn't even know that he
Spot number 9 bets 80.
might need. So he can hit 4.
Rhino puts in the raise.
To 200.
I just raised one.
And I don't see John going anywhere.
Spot 5 raises singularly. 200.
Just with the call.
Like now I know it's there. I can't stop looking at it.
520 in the pot.
Yeah, dude.
That's an action killer.
It's going to be a chop pot here.
See if either player decides to.
And you're going to see John lead here, and the reason why he wants to lead is he wants to
Spot 5 pays
bet a size that's
5.
reasonable enough to get called by worse. To get called by worse.
What are you doing playing a
Same.
opening with a 5?
At the same time, it allows him to kind of block, meaning that if Rhino were to raise over the top, John's going to feel a lot more comfortable about folding than he would if Rhino were to just blast the river down with the initial bet.
If he checks it there and Rhino bets like 400, then he's wondering, hey, what do I do? Whereas just betting out that small sizing and then if Rhino comes over the top, it's an easy fold.
So go ahead and chop that up.
Got a new dealer coming in.
Players confirming that they are not going to be doing a bomb pot for this dealer change. Like we said, some groups like to do it every half hour. Other groups like to do it every hour. This group is opting to do it every hour. We are now about 2 hours into the live stream. Adam and I will be with you guys until the end of the stream, a little after midnight.
1 calls, 2 folds, 3 folds, 4 folds.
Somebody in the comments said Gary's getting a 3-hour massage, but we've only been on the stream for 2.
That's everywhere.
6 folds.
Hey, when you drive that much action, let the man needs to keep loose. He needs to keep warm.
100%.
Got to keep that. I think he's getting some work on his betting arm right now.
220.
220.
to raise.
Zell gonna go ahead.
Looks like a $20 straddle. Limp, 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 limp. And Zell is going to punish those limpers.
And I'm kind of hearkening back here a little bit to
C1 is all in.
a couple streams ago when Gary B did that. He did this exact thing with 9-5 offsuit, and he's gonna go ahead and do it again here.
1.5K. Zell only has 560 behind, so I don't see him ever folding here. Zell's not afraid to get the money in.
And Gary B, he is so.
I'm not sure if that
This is
was
some madness.
if
man.
Gary had any plans of Zell folding there, but Zell's never folding there.
Well, and that's what I was mentioning as he was looking at his chips. I was thinking back to when he did this exact move with 9-5 offsuit in a game just a couple months ago. No 9 or 5 there.
Zell is a one-timer.
Good hands, Zell. Good hands, Zell. You know what I folded?
An ace, jack high. He's going to double up.
Gary B with the
1.6K.
9-5 offsuit.
Do you think it's his favorite hand? Is he
It might be, man.
Dolly Parton?
It's very possible. I think it has something to do with the massage. I think Austin.
745.
He's getting a 95-minute massage.
What did I tell you?
That makes sense.
I said before the hand she was warming
Yep.
up that betting arm. There it went flying in.
745.
Ryan getting the pot right.
I wasn't raising. That's what I had. I just didn't have space.
Zell picking up the right hand at the right time. Ace jack suited. Zell not seeing too many hands.
While they're getting this pot straight here, this next segment is brought to you by Danny's Cafe in Rossford. Danny's Cafe in Rossford at 600 Dixie Highway, Rossford, Ohio, is under new ownership and management and proud to announce opening in mid-September with the NFL Sunday Ticket, Lotto, Keno, 10 TVs inside, 2 TVs at our outdoor Main Street patio, plus 4 more out back in our beer garden. Hours are 11 a.m. to 2:30 a.m. Saturday and Sunday, and 5 p.m. to 2:30 a.m. Monday through Friday. new restrooms, new pool table, jukebox, and golden tee. And yes, we now have draft beers.
$10 button straddle.
$10 button straddle here.
Calls.
Oh, I know that. That's actually the end of the massage right there. He's got about 2 minutes
2
left.
calls. 3 calls. 4 folds.
Had he won that hand, he'd be re-upping.
5 calls. 6 calls. 7 folds.
Couple of
8
limps.
calls.
Round of Russ on the button.
9 checks here.
Everybody's in?
I
Oh, no, I do see some discards down there.
was gonna say, I see.
1 check.
Top pair for Dr. Mark.
I think Zell's the only one not in here.
No, Brevin folded as well.
There you go. Ryan S. flopping pretty well here. Bottom pair. Not flush draw.
5 calls.
Rhino with an 8's gonna call.
6 calls.
Dr. Mark.
8 folds. 9 folds. 1 folds.
What the hell's going on?
You check, you bet, I call. You call.
2 calls.
Dino wants to stick around. Four ways to the turn.
I check.
Ryan now top and bottom.
A great card there for Ryan. And we've seen him play fairly solid tonight, so I wouldn't expect him to get too much action.
3 bets.
He
1
might get
fold.
Dr. Mark to come along for one more.
5 folds.
Nope.
6 folds.
Yeah, it might do it.
2 folds.
Ryan takes it down. So what would you say that your specialty is? Are you a tournament guy? Are you a cash guy?
Commentary.
Commentary.
No, man. I like all the games that I've had some experience in playing in. Mainly No Limit Hold'em, Pot Limit Omaha. But that being said, I just kind of like the games in general. You know, I play for a hobby. It's the big thing. I like these games as much as I like the games that we play out there at, you know, one of the secondary tables out in the main room just for fun.
Yeah.
You know, like before we walked in here, you know, the guy's teaching me open
3
face.
folds, 4 folds.
Not playing for any money even, just for the fun of playing.
5 folds.
I like the competition. I like the strategy. I think it's fun. That's what a lot of these players, you
8
know,
folds.
very few players that we have on this stream
9 folds.
in a lot of these cash games do it professionally. They do it because they love the competition.
Yeah.
1 calls. 2 bets 100.
Don't tell them they're not professionals, though.
1 calls.
Look at this float from Gary here. The man just has sinister intentions.
1 folds.
Interesting that he just kind of gives up there to that same bet.
Yeah, I mean, I think that he didn't want Dino to show him quads a second time.
Yeah, there you
know,
go.
he said, "Uh-oh, here's this guy again. He's leading into me." Boom, pocket sixes.
We need to get some banter going at the table, you know. Part of what I like about the 510 and the 5.5 Omaha live streams, a lot of the guys know each other. A lot of the regulars. That's part of the fun of building a stream like this. Obviously, I have to give a huge shout out to Jim, Marissa, and Steve, some of the owners here that have been integral in getting this live stream together. I mean, there is no other live stream like it in this area, right? And so it attracts players from not only the Toledo area where we were at, but also from Michigan,
Indiana.
from Indiana, Southern Ohio,
Half the table was
Kentucky.
Fort Wayne last week.
A lot of these players know each other. It's part of what makes it so fun to watch.
John picking up a real hand. Gary picking up a hand to 3-bet with.
Connected.
One raises to 195, 2 folds, 3 folds.
That's just in Gary's world. Most people don't 3-bet that hand.
What was that?
And Brevin with queens.
When Rhino's got kings as well.
Oh my. What? This is.
Uh-oh.
And this is almost.
Now let's look at stack sizes here. John's got 850. Rhino's got 1.1. Brevin's got 1.7.
Now remember that this is basically the same configuration that Brevin 4-bet the ace-jack offsuit, where he was playing in the blinds, out of position against Gary, who 3-bet in open. And remember that Brevin showed that he lost to pocket tens on a king-high board earlier, so players probably wouldn't give him as much credit
C4 raises
for
600.
doing this. It's just extremely unfortunate for him that
He puts in a 3x
he runs
4-bet.
into pocket kings twice. And a short stack Gary B, who you know when this gets back around to him, Gary B's not going anywhere.
Right.
Right, I'm going to do a little Hollywooding here.
C5 is all in.
You can see the look on Brevin's
Brevin
face
just
immediately.
said,
Brevin just
"Oh,
said, "What
no.
the hell is going on here?"
No, no, no.
Because it's important to note too that Rhino wasn't the one that made the initial
yeah,
raise.
and that's the thing. You know, you don't really, you know, you see John, he's got 850. You see Gary's 300. You're like, well, 600 is going to commit me, but now 600 actually probably committed him against Rhino as well.
I just don't know if Brevin is going to be committed here. He's got to know that he's losing in at least one spot.
What was it, 80 to 195? Do you like to see him, you know, is that a spot where you like to see that 2.5x 4-bet sizing there? If he makes it about 450, a fold seems like a lot easier.
I think the unfortunate reality for Brevin in this particular spot is
Get this shit on camera?
he just ran into the absolute top, and like Rhino just said, we're getting it all on camera. This is just kind of an unreal position for Brevin to be in. I think Gary is just going to kind of put this in here. I mean, he likes to gamble. He's got a connected hand. He could triple up.
And I mean, Gary's got just as good odds to win this pot as anybody else,
He could quadruple up.
you know. Interestingly, the percentages show us Brevin as a favorite.
That's because Rhino and John are going to chop it a lot of times. So that percentage isn't reflected in those odds, whatever the remaining percentage is. You can just kind of split down the middle and assign to Rhino and John.
Gotcha.
Yeah, look at Gary. He says, I can't fold.
Well, yeah.
Get it in there, man. We're connected.
So 1.1, that's 2K, what is it, 3.2K, and it cost Brevin $495.
Yeah, poor Brevin, man. This sucks. I mean,
I just don't think he can fold.
Yeah, you're getting such a good price. You could almost set mine at this because he's got 500. He's going to call about 500 to win a little over 3K. He's getting
1385 is the total here.
But you're right. He has to know that he's behind. He has to know.
So that's going to include this.
He's got. He needs to have about 20%. I mean, I like what Kyle.
Okay, so now we have some
I like
actually.
what Kyle in the
wait a
YouTube
second
chat
here.
saying.
I mean, how many hands have we?
Maybe those numbers were not correct.
Get it
Because
updated.
now it says that it was 865 for Brevin Call.
And the YouTube chat knows it. They know it's a crazy spot. It is a crazy spot. What do you guys think? Is Brevin going to come to a fold or a call? It's tough to even say what the right decision is because mathematically I think it's probably so close. If you
Well,
really,
you know, I don't think that first number was correct. See, now we're at 665 to call into 3.5K, so we're still at about 5 to 1.
it's tough. Kyle asked me what I'm going to be doing in this spot. I'm going to be folding probably. I just think this is so much action. And kind of what I mentioned earlier, this is such a passive game. Like, you might see aggression post-flop, but pre-flop we don't really see it a whole lot. And I think Brevin makes an excellent fold
Yeah, that's
there.
a great fold there from Brevin.
I'm hoping they both had ace king.
Rhino says, I hope they both had ace king.
No, yeah. There's only one person that he could have.
Little do they know they're just fading the 8-7 off.
Here we go, guys. That
Ryan's
way.
going to get this pot right first. This is a big pot here.
I can feel it.
Talk or not, they always
The 8-7 is coming, isn't it?
It is. But it's not. It's not gonna be. He's not gonna flop it. He's not even gonna be open ended. It's gonna be like 4 or
See what
5.
we
It's gonna be
got
4 or 5
here.
deuce.
They
4 or
got
5
the suits
deuce.
covered, so yeah.
6 on the river.
Yeah.
I'll show you mine.
Maybe like a 9-6-3 flop, something like that.
Something nasty.
Rhino lets out the. Oh, here it comes.
Brevin's gonna be breathing some sighs of relief here. And what a 6 spot. Huge pot here, guys. We're playing 2-5. I mean, this is 600. This is almost
3.3K in the middle
700
pre-flop.
big blinds.
There's a gutter ball.
What did I say?
And Rhino's got
Gary V's
clubs.
got a-
Oh, no.
Double
He picks
gutter
up the
for
double
Gary B.
gut. Double gut. Oh,
so
misses it
close.
all.
He needs it on the top end, people.
Wow. Rhino picks up a free roll on the flop.
Ooh.
Gary picks up the double gut shot on the turn.
That's what I said. He just called it.
That is a crazy flop, and man, what a big pot. Like I was saying, guys, this is 2-5, 3,500 in the pot pre-flop.
Wow.
700 bigs.
And great fold by Brevin. Great. I mean, we
Yeah.
just got to go back to that. Great fold by Brevin.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
It's tough because Queen's is the third best starting hand in poker.
Yeah.
No limit hold'em, right? But when you have so much action in front of you, and that is a lot of action, 3 all-ins, you got to suspect that you're losing. And Gary B, he did not have a negligible amount in front of him.
Yeah, even when you take into account the Rhino factor there, when you have,
So say
you know,
John W.
bet, raise, 4-bet, and then Rhino goes all in, you know, the Rhino factor doesn't really play there. You know, he's not blasting off there with nothing.
And Rhino's in the straddle too, which means that he wasn't the one that made the raise pre-flop. He can't be.
Well, yeah, John opened up, Gary 3-bet, and then Brevin put in the 4-bet, and then Rhino put in the 5-bet shove.
Yeah, Rhino can't really be messing around there. You gotta suspect. You gotta hope if you're Brevin that you're up against Ace King.
Yeah, I wish I thought would have came.
Too greedy, Rhino. That's too greedy. So greedy.
Whoa, when I saw that flop, I thought it was coming.
Guys, what a crazy spot we had. Admin, I appreciate all your guys' interactions with us in the chat as we went through sorting that spot and talking about it. It's fun to see everybody's reactions on Facebook and YouTube. I think everybody kind of recognizing that that spot is not one that crops up all that often. It is fun to read through and see what everybody thinks. While Ryan gets us going on the next hand, notice in the background there, we've got some Christmas decorations here at the reserve. I'm really dying to know what is in that present on the left side of the wall there. I've been asking Marissa
It's
about
got to
it.
be a flat screen, right?
It's got to be something for me. I mean, come on.
Oh.
Oh, we can split it, whatever it is.
A poster of you on the wall?
No,
A commentator poster?
I'm not that greedy. I wouldn't want to put anybody through that, having to look at that ugly mug. In the back there, we got all the Christmas decorations. Marissa, one of the owners here, she's put them all around, not only in just the stream room, but out there in the lobby. Makes it really fun. Some presents there in the background as well.
One raises to 20.
Maybe it's like a big reserve check in there. You know, those big checks they give to like the golfers and everything. I don't know what else it could be.
It's the
5 calls.
it's the Winter Classic first prize.
Yeah,
or
don't-
maybe it's
I
the
don't
last
want-
mystery bounty.
I don't want one of those small trophies. I want one of those big checks.
There you go.
Top pair for Rhino.
5 bets 25. 7 folds.
Gary's got just enough to come along.
1 calls.
Backdoor straight and flush draws. And he bricks them. Bricks them all.
5 bets 50. 1 folds.
Gary B. You go ahead and release. He doesn't turn any equity. Rhino takes down another pot. Gary B. Bought back in for 1,000.
I wonder who the big winner is right now. So I know Brevin was up. Get a chip count on the screen here whenever we get a chance.
Zell's up a couple hundred.
7 folds.
John, I think,
8 folds.
up a couple hundred.
9 raises to 15. 1 calls. 3 calls.
Dino making a bit of a comeback. I think Dino got stacked earlier. Kind of towards the beginning portion of the stream.
6
Is now down just a couple $100. I think Gary B is the only one who is down about a buy-in. Everybody else kind of just hovering a little bit over, under even.
5 checks. 6 checks.
Gary B trying to get it back with a 6 deuce.
Flops trips here, but
1 bets 25.
it's gonna be tough to get a lot of action. Nobody really with any draws.
3 folds. 5 folds.
Yeah, no aces out there, no draws. Dr. Mark, he made it cheap enough for Dr. Mark to come along with 8s.
6 bets 50.
Oh wow, look at this. Not really sure if Dr. Mark is bluffing or
1
value
call.
betting. Oh,
Ooh.
wow.
6 bets 100.
How about quads here? Dr. Mark, I think at this point is clearly bluffing.
Oh, he only has $83 back, according to the screen here.
He's got more than that. He's got a couple blacks. I mean, from Gary B's perspective, Dr. Mark's hand looks an awful lot like an ace. I think we can pretty much just
C1 is all in.
look to stack an ace in this spot.
And Dr.
Wow,
Mark
Dr.
makes
Mark
the
calls?
call. Wow. And Gary's image got him paid there.
Dr. Mark with some sickness.
I think Dr. Mark just
It wasn't even like a
has
tank. It wasn't.
seen Gary playing tonight, and he thought he had some sort of read on him there or something.
Oh, good game.
Those are still yours.
Good game to Dr. Mark. The man had a read and he went with it. You gotta respect
Yep.
the read. I mean,
He had the balls.
confidence
He
in
had
it.
the balls to go with it.
He did.
Have a seat over.
And, you know, you see Gary splashing around the whole night.
Yeah, absolutely. If there's somebody here who's going to be dangerous when they have the nuts, it's going to be Gary B.
Yeah.
Why is that? Because he's going to put pressure on regardless of whether he has it or not.
Mark's thinking, man, this guy plays every hand, and then the hand I go against me, he's get quads.
Quads are kind of making their way around here.
We have a $15 button straddle.
You picked up, that was $1.05. River, you only really lost the quads.
15.
Oh, yeah, Rivers.
7 calls, 8 folds, 9 folds, 1 folds, 2 folds,
Yeah, no, that's why I was thinking.
Almost on
3
cue.
folds.
Gary B's
4 calls,
back up there around even now.
Looks like we had a $15 button straddle from Rhino.
Is 65.
A couple limpers there, and he's going to bump it up on the button at
7
65.
calls, 4 calls.
You're called in 2 spots. Go 3 ways. Just ugly all around for everybody.
7 checks, 4 checks.
Yeah, Zell actually flops the best hand with bottom pair. Rhino with the Jack of Hearts.
7 folds,
Not much to continue with there.
Yeah, Brevin with just the 10 of hearts.
I just have the jack.
I want to see the other one.
No, I didn't want to give it free.
yes. We have a straddle under the gun for 25.
You're ready to go here.
$25 under the gun straddle.
And I don't know if we have players waiting in the wings or not for this game. If so, we'll be getting a player here shortly to the left of Rhino.
I was just seeing if anybody had a big heart.
If you guys ever want to get on one of these live streams,
25 to call.
reach out to the club. You can find us online, the Reserve Poker Club. Find us on Facebook, YouTube channel. Reach out about getting on to one of the 3 live streams that we run weekly here. This Tuesday, 2-5 game.
4 folds,
Thursday, 5-5 PLO.
7
Saturdays, 5-10.
8 folds,
No limit hold'em. Also, live streaming a lot of those big tournament games. So the Winter Classic, that main event.
Yeah, we don't leave the tournament players out to dry.
Live streamed, absolutely. The tournaments can be fun to watch. Super swingy, particularly there at the end. Had a lot of fun, not only playing in the tournament events here at the Reserve, but also getting to commentate and watch them.
20.
Sounds like we're also going to be doing the final table of the Freeze Out, which is that Wednesday event. The Freeze Out's going to be a fun event. That's one that I've heard a
Yeah.
lot of players, particularly the cash game players that we play with pretty frequently. You know, they've been talking a lot about the Freeze Out. They like the fact no add-on, no rebuys,
Maybe I would call off that day
but then come in.
and then play.
2 folds. 3 raises to 60.
Our man Ryan.
4 folds.
He's probably the big winner so far. Looks like he's up about
8
1,000.
folds. 9 folds.
Yeah, he's been playing very solid.
Speaking of a man that's been playing very solid,
He's got his favorite hand.
Gary B.
All in.
1 call.
I'll just a call this time. That's okay.
Slow playing it.
We'll give him a little bit of slack. Can't go all in with the 9-5 offsuit every hand.
1 checks. 3 checks.
And Ryan hits Broadway. See if Gary wants to stab.
Yeah, this is going to look like a pretty decent card to stab at. Probably going to have to set up. You're probably going to have to set up at least 2 streets as Gary B here. You want to be able to bet the turn so that you can then barrel the river, try to get Ryan off of 2 pairs. King, queen, king, jack, queen, jack, ace, jack.
3 calls.
Diamond here. Gary does have a diamond. The problem for Gary will be that if he's going to try to represent diamonds, he's going to have to bet massively large.
1 checks.
And he gives up.
Maybe not. What if Gary's planning some sort of check raise? That would be super interesting.
That would be sick.
Even though Ryan obviously has a straight. Would be extremely uncomfortable.
3 bet 60.
And Ryan goes really small to maybe try to avoid that.
He's going to go ahead and fold. Yeah, the interesting thing kind of kicks in there where what if Gary B just shoots it up to like 500?
Yeah.
Right? Just really just wants to put the pressure on. Target a 10.
Good luck, everyone. Get Brian coming in.
That is one thing I see a lot more of, you know, when I watch maybe some of the YouTube streamers out there, you know, your Rampages, your Brad Owens. You see a lot more overbets. I don't really see that too much. Not yet anyway on the stream games around here.
Yeah, it's super effective. I mean, part of the benefit of no limit hold'em, right, is that you're not capped to a certain bet size or capped by the size of the pot, right? That's part of what makes it so rewarding. And it's harder to hit nutted hands in no limit hold'em. It's also harder to get hands to fold in no limit hold'em. So the overbet kind of introduces a new aspect where you can get a lot of value while at the same time putting maximum pressure on with your bluffs. But it is time for a pot limit Omaha.
Double board bomb pot.
Double board bomb pot.
Check. Checks. 1.
Brian stepping in.
1 bets 50.
Set of sevens for us.
C2.
Gary didn't see a board he didn't like.
Raise 150. C3.
What's Dino raising with here?
He's going to pair and an open ender on the one board. Brevin here with
3 folds.
top 2.
And a club draw on the bottom.
The second nut flush draw.
Brevin has a nice hand here. And now here's this issue that we run into where I kind of talked about getting a lot of money in on the flop on these double board bomb pots. I mean, we're going to have, assuming Gary comes along and Russ comes along, we're going to have $700 going into the turn.
Yeah, Russ is in a really uncomfortable spot here
9 calls.
because this board is going to change so much. And by this board, I mean the 9-7-3 board. This board is going to change so much.
And I actually
from
didn't.
Flop to turn.
I actually didn't realize how bad of a spot Russ's is in there on the bottom because he's got his the other cards covered there with the 9 and the 3.
Yeah, so it's going to be really difficult, and that is just about the worst turn card you could ever imagine for Russ's hand specifically.
So let's see here. Dino gets there with the straight on the bottom board. Gary gets the straight on the top board with Jack 9.
But look at Brevin. Brevin now with 3 pair on the top board. He's got the second nut flush. He's going to go ahead and pot it here.
Yeah, I like it.
I like it too. You've got you're playing against a lot of opponents. You want to try to push out as much equity as you can, and
And he still can win both boards. I think that's the... When you're betting in pot limit Omaha, on a double board bomb pot, I think that's the main thing that you really need to take into account.
What the? Jeez, oh, Pete.
Gary V is going to go ahead and get it in. Dino's kind of... Dino has a pretty easy fold here. I think Brevin has a snap call.
And, so
And
Gary,
Brevin is going to be kind of free. Brevin is going to be
Yeah.
free rolling a chop here.
Yep. Brevin looking for the board to pair there.
Deuce means he locks up half, and we'll go ahead and chop it up
Chop
here.
it up.
If I was playing, I had the nut straight and the nut fucking close. So you both of them.
And that's what you want to see in a double board bomb pot. You know, Gary's, he's got the straight on the top, he's got the flush on the bottom, he's got two made hands. Brevin, yes, he doesn't have the nuts on the top, but he has lots of outs to the nuts. Second nuts on the bottom, you know, those are a couple hands you like to see a lot of money go in there on a double board bomb pot.
Yeah, you can't fault either player. I mean, look, when you're playing heads up in that spot, either player's looking at it like, okay, there's a very select few hands that have me crushed on both boards, and there's so few combinations of them. Like Gary, for example, you know, he could be losing to an ace-high flush on the one board, an ace-jack, but he has two jacks. He has the jack of clubs. He's blocking so much of the nutted hands on the one board, and who knows, jack-high clubs could be good on the bottom board.
Yeah.
Back to the hold'em. Back to the two-card action.
Raise to 75 total. C2. Folds 3. Folds 4C. Folds 5. Folds C7. Folds 8.
I believe we had a $20 straddle, and Gary B raised it up to 75.
Heads up. 1 seats first.
Straddler John comes along on the button.
Five in the window for Gary.
No, you. I mean, you kind of have.
8 checks.
John W. open-ended now.
He raised first, right?
1 bet 75.
Yeah, that's what I meant. His raise, yeah.
This is an interesting bet from Gary. I mean, it's going to turn out that it's for value, but I think in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense for value.
You don't have the nuts other place, but you got.
You played the hand. That's just circumstance.
No, I don't agree.
1 checks. 8 checks.
Gary's going to win a decent sized spot there with a pair of fives.
Yeah. Against that open,
Yeah, I mean, specifically that 4 for an open-ender is the only thing that he's getting value out of there. You know, I like you said, I don't think he thought that was a value bet.
No, he raised. You were straddle, right?
Kind of want to listen in here as the players talk about that hand where Brevin was put in that awkward spot.
$10 button for 9 seats.
Or what he jammed that with early, right?
Well, what do you call it off?
Oh, he didn't. It was probably whatever the top pair was. There a queen up there? Oh, yeah, he had an ace. Yeah, I was at 6.
1 seats first to go for 10.
I'm assuming that ace is one you call me
Raise is 25 total. C2. Calls
$10 button
25,
straddle.
folds
Gary bumps
4,
it up to 25. A7
folds
off.
C5,
I wouldn't have.
Calls 25. 7.
Call.
Calls C8. Folds 9.
Dino comes along, queen 10 suited. Brevin.
Just give it away.
Ah, he
What's
folded
he
up.
calling now?
Thought at first he called there for a second.
Flush draw, I mean,
Rhino.
then all of a sudden
We
you-
don't have a look at Rhino's cards.
What's that?
9 raises. 180 total. Or
That's 2 hearts on the
185
flop.
total bet. 185.
Give it a minute to get caught up here. I did hear a 3 bet.
1 folds. 2. 2 folds. C5.
Mary and I were just trying to see a flop or two. That's fold.
5 folds.
What did it show like
7.
460 clubs.
Russ put in a 3-bet there, I believe, to 185. It went 25, call, call, call. Russ picks up about $115 in there, dead money.
20 button from the 1 seat.
It's pretty interesting there, you know. When I said I wanted to listen in on the players, Gary B and Rhino were giving their opinions on Brevin's decision with queens. It's always interesting to hear after a big spot like that how different players at the table approach the same set of
2
decisions,
seats
right?
first stack for 20.
Yeah, I'm sure
Folds 3.
if Gary's in that spot, he's snapping it in there.
Exactly. A lot of players would play the same spot entirely differently.
5 calls 20. 7 folds. 9 folds.
I get aces.
Raise 75 total. 5 calls.
See if I can crack him.
Heads up. 5 seats first.
Jack, 7 of spades.
I think we might be having some technical difficulties right now. Bear with us.
Check.
5 checks. 1.
Usually it's me that does the technical difficulties. I sit under the table, my long legs hit a wire or something, and
5 folds.
Jim's out there yelling at me.
That's the way it goes, man, back here. They've got wires,
I try to chop my
speakers, cameras, all that stuff.
well, all the wires are going underneath the little raised up section too, so I'm like squeezed in there.
Being tall is a good problem
it's a
to
rough,
have.
yeah, to an extent, yes. It helps with the women for sure,
$10 shot.
but I don't really need that anymore. Now I'm married. I don't really,
You get the 6.
and also I've hit my head on a lot of things, like
7 seats first
probably
stack for 10
multiple
on show.
concussions that I'm unaware of.
Folds 9.
House parties in colleges, in basements,
Oh, yeah.
the worst.
Those were the worst. We had it all. Our house in college,
Raises
we would
20
host
total bet.
all the fraternity gatherings, and man, there would be many a night where my one roommate, 6'7", clacking into things. That's not something that my 5'9" pudgy self has to worry about, though.
You hungry?
Back to seat 1.
I don't have anything.
Gary B raised it up here, I believe, to 40, and Ryan put in a 3-bet to 160.
1 call. Heads up. 3s first.
But we can run out of hand here. Oh, there we go. We're back in the game.
Checks. 1. 1 bet 75.
Ryan here not flopping a lot of equity. Gary obviously with a flush draw. I like the small sizing here. This is gonna give a great price for Gary B's bluffs, obviously, like he has. I like the fact that he bets because Gary only has 8 high. Ryan has a lot of give-ups when he just checks this type of board.
Kind of interesting to see Ryan 3-bet Gary there with ace-9.
Go ahead. Yep.
Gary's never folding pre-flop.
Oh.
And like you said, there's not many boards. There's a lot of give-ups there. There's not a lot that he's going to connect with. So we got a new player coming in the game, Sky.
$10 shadow from the 3 seat.
And this will be fun for those of you that don't watch a lot of the tournaments. Sky is an absolute tournament crusher here at the Reserve. One of the regulars on that scene.
$10 button from the
Yeah,
3
he's
seat.
made a
First
few
stack.
final tables.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a. I've had the chance to play 1 or 2 tournaments with him here. He's a great player. I don't see him a lot in the cash game street, so this will be fun to see him. He's somebody I want to get back here, too. He's expressed an interest in wanting to do some commentary. I think he'd be a fun partner.
And just watching him play, more so from the dealer perspective, he's solid, but he definitely knows when to pick his spots, and he knows when to put the pressure on.
1 raises 200 total. 2 folds.
Speaking of
and 3
pressure, Gary B's going to go ahead and
5.
shoot it up here. Pocket jacks.
5 calls.
Oh, man. Rhino getting a little bored here.
The wheels are starting to come off a little bit here.
Heads up, 5s first.
That didn't quite make it attractive enough for Russ to set mine. But Rhino picks up a gutter. Can't ask for much more with 6-3 off.
Checks. 1.
Gary V's going to be excited with
Bets 200.
this flop.
5 calls.
What?
Rhino now picks up even more outs. Look at this, Rhino.
5 bets, 500.
Wow.
One moves all in.
I like this lead, but that snap. Wow, that's snap all in though.
What is it?
From Gary V. And Rhino, who's been like a drunken sailor, just kind of stumbling through the progression of this hand, has now landed himself in a bit of a precarious spot because he picked up a pair.
Yep.
He's now beating all those missed high card hands.
And of course, we know that Russ folded 4s.
Calls.
And Rhino's going to go ahead and call.
Rhino does not know that, and in his mind, he's thinking, hey, I got 10 outs here.
Well, you could be lying. You lie about your hand all the time. See you only once or twice.
Can I see yours?
I got a pair.
I'm probably gonna go twice, but let me just
Twice.
see what I'm trying to fade here. Okay, good. Twice.
He said, let me see what I'm trying to fade here.
You're gonna go twice.
They're running it twice.
Twice
Running
we're
it
going to go.
twice.
Oh, how about a jack?
Top set.
6, 3, or 4.
No.
It's not going to get it done. Gary B.
Pair of jacks.
Gonna stack Rhino.
He doesn't have
And Rhino.
That's, I mean, 6-3 offsuit. I don't know what to say about that one. 3.5K pot, 6-3 offsuit.
I mean, look, if Rhino was going with the read that he had Gary pegged for missed high cards,
I do 103 twice.
103.
then obviously his 6 would be good in that situation, but I think when Gary B just kind of snap shoves in response, it's
Rhino.
gonna be awfully tough for the 6 to be good. But hey, Gary B is a wild player. If there's ever a player that you're gonna be
That's
willing
true.
to call down light, it's Gary B. That's what makes it so tough when he's got good hands.
They have bigger tip chips, don't they?
Yeah, they got red ones now.
And just like that, Gary's stacking up the chips.
Gary B back to
Give me a
stacking
hand,
chips.
And this game might get even spicier.
I've actually only met, and spoken to outside of stream Gary one time, but he was a really great guy. He was kind of walking me through, just what he does for a living and all that. And he just comes down here to play. He said he just comes down here to support the stream. He said he's known Jim and Marissa for a long time.
Big
He said he likes
fold,
being
six
on the
spades, two
stream.
hearts,
He
top
likes
play, six of spades,
getting to have
two
friends and
shots.
family watch him. He likes to drive action.
Action on 1.
We love to have him.
I was gonna say that's the kind of attitude that you love to see.
I don't know if you want to box it. That
Again,
makes
just
it
another
easier.
example of somebody, not a professional player, business guy. He just likes to put the pressure on. He enjoys the camaraderie. Makes it all the more
2
fun.
folds, 3 folds, 4 folds, 5.
It's more fun for the viewers, more fun for us as commentators, just more fun for everybody.
5 seats first.
Except for the guy that he stacks, of course.
5 checks, 6 checks,
And,
9 bets, 15. 1 fold.
Sky is not Dr. Mark. But we'll get there.
Well,
5 calls,
if I
6
just
calls.
call when Rhino shoves, if I just call the 1200 and don't shove, would you come on in? You think or not?
C5.
Just call.
He's got, yeah, if you
If
just
I just
flat there,
call,
it's only like 400 more for him to
yeah, if
call.
I just flat.
Are you
Yeah,
gonna
he's happy. What's that?
Yeah, probably, because then I'd put you on ace king.
They're still talking about the Queen's hand, huh?
Me? I'm sorry.
5 checks, 6
So,
checks,
yeah.
I know what
9
you
bets.
have. If I just flat it.
No, it was a good play.
Well, I don't know if it's gonna, I'm sitting there thinking if I just flat and don't, cause I opened,
Dr.
I
Mark
opened
Sky
Five
here
checks,
with
six bets,
2 pair.
beat.
And I shoved it in the end.
Anything you do is
Nine
gonna look so
calls.
strong, so I don't know.
5 folds.
Yeah.
Let's see him.
So, you know, I call around.
And he gets paid. Sits down and wins a pot just like that.
You get more money.
That's the way to do it.
And if you shove, he's got aces coming in.
Right.
That's what I was
And
like.
Sky is, I mean, Sky is as familiar with this live stream table as anyone.
I bet 600 you shove.
12 something, 600 more.
Yeah.
No, Rhino had 1,000 something.
They're like 1,100 or something.
Yeah.
And you went to like 17 or 18.
No, I had, just said like 12 something. 1385. 1385.
20 or 15? 15 button from 5.
But Rhino,
$15 straddle on the button.
I don't want an ace king coming in, to be honest.
5
with you.
seat.
No.
You know, I got kings, and I
6
don't want
each
an ace
first
king to
cash.
show up.
What's the max strip?
Oh, like if I had ace king.
Yeah.
Raise with 25. Go ahead, Sky, 15.
So John's still trying to figure out how he could have got Brevin to come in there with his queens when
6
John had those
folds,
kings earlier
7
on.
makes it 40. 8 folds, 9 folds. C1 calls 40. 2 folds, 3. Folds, C4. Folds, 5. Calls. 3 players, 7 seats first.
3 ways here to the flop.
I'd really be at aces right now. I'm late.
9, deuce, 3, rainbow.
7 checks. 1 checks. C5.
Maybe let's get a different flop.
Checks.
There we go.
Let's do it, Chuck.
7 checks. C1.
Rhino picking up top pairs. Zell now with the gutter. And Gary B.
Bets.
No pair, no draw.
55.
Good enough.
C5. Raises 125 total bet. 7 folds. C1.
So you pay a little bit more to a spade. It's coming around. You lie more than I've seen.
Gary's not lying.
One more hand, and we'll take a 15-minute break.
All in. C1 moves.
No way.
All in. And
Queen 9?
according to the graphic, Rhino only has 315.
Yeah, Rhino's got a call, obviously.
Yeah.
Wait, this is just too much for my heart, man.
Wow. But Gary sits there and he eyes Rhino's stack and he sees it. And he knows that if Rhino has a queen, how does he not call there? What a move by Gary. He is just applying unlimited pressure.
I'm a little surprised that it's taken Rhino this long to call, because when he had middle pair in a $3,500 pot just 2 hands ago, you know, he was in there immediately in response to Gary's aggression. Now with top pair on a board that does have a lot of draws. I mean, obviously, if Gary B can have 7-4, he can have 4-5, 5-6, ace-4, ace-5.
And even for Gary, you know, the 2-pair combos are so unlikely. Queen, deuce, 9, deuce, 9, 3. Like, yeah, maybe Gary has queen 3 suited, queen deuce suited in his range, but 9, 3, 9, deuce, I don't know.
If there was ever a player who could have something like that, it's going to be Gary.
Rhino makes a good call.
Rhino's going to call, and Gary's going to say that he's dead.
One time.
Gary goes ahead and puts his cards in the
Yeah.
muck.
Gotta love the heart, man. Gary's not here. Gary is not here to lock it up. Anthony Fisher, no, the pot was not 4K. It was only 1K. Gary was just the last aggressor, so when he went all in, it just added his stack onto the pot. It ended up being just a little over 1K.
Oh man, I got Angry Joe in the comments over here asking if there's a seat open. What's up, Angry Joe?
He's just a few minutes late.
4-7 was that, right?
Brandon Winters in the chat. What's going on, man?
They did come in and say this is going to be the last hand before we have a 15-minute food break for the players. Be sure to hang around. Again, we're just taking a short 15-minute break. Players get a bite to eat.
You can put as much on the table as you want. How's that? You can vote on it if you want.
C3 added 1,000 to his stack.
You don't want to add more than
Did you
that?
see my hand?
I mean, I just added.
Did you see my hand? Was that what it was?
To me,
I was just
it's
looking at,
not
you
that
looked at your hands. I was looking at
C3
my
added
hands.
1,000, I heard. That would be Ryan. Ryan just added 1,000 on his
Actually,
stack.
You looked at your hand, that was the only,
Nine
that was the only
calls.
hand that was
About
that.
bowling.
It was just 4-7.
You know, so
The queen's
I
right.
increase
Big
my
stack,
stack.
though. Why don't you want it? The big stack.
I thought that queen was a good
Don't need
bluff
it.
card, but obviously you like it.
If I show a little hand, I don't necessarily want people.
One
to
raise is 20, 2 folds, 3.
You guys
folds,
plan to
4
protect your
folds.
hand. I'm playing to
C5.
maximize it.
Gary telling Rhino he thought that queen was a good bluff card for him.
Calls 20, 6. Yeah. 6 folds, 7. 7 folds. Raises 80 total bet. 9 folds.
John W. Gonna shoot it up here with Jacks.
I played 7-4, I got rid of it.
Calls 80. C5. Calls.
Rhino thinks he has 10 deuce. It's actually 10-3.
players, 8
And
seats
then the
per
1
stack.
seat
This is our last hand before
and the
break.
5 seat.
Yeah.
Showing a lot of heart. John W. going to continue on the ace-high board with Jacks. This is not a board that you would see a lot of people at this table
1 calls.
proceed with, but he's going to go ahead and do
1
so.
folds
And
a bet.
Rhino,
5 calls.
nothing but a couple back doors.
Eight checks. 1.
Yeah, John W. It makes sense. He's going to shut
That's
down here.
75.
Small bet here
5
from
folds.
Gary.
Seat
Only a
8.
quarter of the pot.
8 calls.
Rhino gets out of the way. Didn't know what he was doing anyway.
I'm going to go ahead and call here.
How many blacks you got? How many blacks do you have?
Full stable.
8 checks. 1.
Gary's trying to think what he can get value out of here. Will he call me with kings? Will he call me with king, queen?
I got an ace.
What else was John there with? And, you know, it doesn't really, nothing else really makes sense.
Gary's going to go ahead and win a pot. A big one off of John W. and Rhino there.
You can save John right there for sure.
That being said, we're going to go ahead and take a 15-minute break after we get you a quick little shot of that Doyle Brunson artwork recently painted onto the wall here at the Reserve Poker Club. We mentioned it a couple times in regards to that 10 deuce promo, but there it is on the back of the wall there. Man, it's so cool. I mean, just what a fun little thing to
Man.
put there on the back wall.
The detail,
Yeah.
like the face, it's so perfect.
Absolutely.
It's just amazing.
And it coincides with the 10 deuce promotion. Have 10 deuce in your hand, flop a full house, win $1,200 or $1,002. Make it on the turn, 500 on the river, 100. Gotta have the 10 deuce in your hand. With that being said, Adam and I are gonna take a short break. Go out and chat it up with the players. Get a quick bite to eat and something to drink, and we'll be back with you guys in about 15 minutes.
Yeah, hang out, guys. We'll see you soon.
7 folds,
I'm trying to give him away. I know
9
the price.
folds, 10 folds,
How many till the money? Still a long way.
Yeah, so
1 card. One checks. Three bets 80. 5 folds. 1 fold.
Real similar to what I played you.
Second. Nine straddles for 20 on the button.
Welcome back, welcome back. A little late here. I started talking about that Michigan victory over the weekend and get a little carried away, you know. Tough not to.
10.
Every morning I wake up, it's a beautiful day.
Foes. 1.
I think we're over 1,000.
Makes it 75.
1,000 days
Two
since the
folds.
last time Ohio State beat Michigan.
3 folds.
And if you think
4
that's
folds.
silly that we keep count,
5 folds. 6 folds.
we didn't start it.
7 calls. 9 folds. 1 check. 7 checks.
Gary flops an ace. Zell flops nothing but turns a 7. Also gives Gary a flush draw.
1 bet's 80.
Still not enough for Zell.
7 calls.
Never mind. Don't listen to me. That's enough for Zell to continue.
One bet's 200.
330 in the pot. Gary bets 200. Zell hit him with a pump fake. Was that a pump fake?
2 calls.
And he throws it in there. And Gary's image is getting him paid. Gets Zell to call off with third pair.
That's what happens when you are willing to show down a lot of bluffs and a lot of crazy moves like Gary. I mean, Gary's stack has just been all over the map, right? Up, down, sideways, everywhere in between.
Rebuy.
Exactly.
But now look at that. Top of the board.
The big winner for the night so far, I'd say. Ryan right up there with him as well. Brevin doing well. Brevin, of course, got put in that unenviable spot
3.
with queens. Going up against 2 opponents with aces. Or kings, excuse me.
Fold.
And an all-in pot.
4.
Made a good fold, though.
5
It definitely makes
makes
you
40.
feel better when you don't see the queen come up there either.
Six calls. 7 folds.
Oh, and speaking of kings, as if John W. hasn't seen him
9
enough
makes it
tonight.
175. 10 folds. 1 fold.
I remember that Rhino ripped it in with ace-queen offsuit.
Fold.
I was just
Earlier
gonna say
for
the
a much
exact
larger
same thing.
amount.
Yeah. It was 1.3K, I believe.
And again, the problem with just calling is you invite Sky in the middle there.
This guy would gladly come in there with 7-6 suited.
Five folds.
Interesting.
6 folds.
And I think Rhino just went through all 3 options there. Thinking about
Yeah,
ripping it,
sir.
thinking about calling,
Winner.
ultimately choosing fold.
More than denominations.
Diamonds and spades.
Kyle, I think Brevin is... I think Brevin might have added on. I don't remember him
1 straddles
winning.
for
You almost
15.
did.
Yeah, there's a couple people out there with
large
some
enough pot.
purple chips. I know Ryan has added on at least 1,000. So it's kind of tough to say at this point how much people are up or down.
2 folds.
I had to run it 4 times with this.
3 folds.
I know that.
Me too.
I'll play any 2 cards.
4 makes it 100. 5 folds. 6 folds. 7 folds. 8 folds.
I had to go to 40. Nobody straddled that hand. I made it easy.
Yeah.
We had a $15 button straddle from Gary B. Brevin raised it to 100, and nobody came along.
Oh, yeah, shit.
I know.
What the hell are you doing on TV? Go to your dance. That's crazy.
That's the shit you used to do, right? You used to clean up all those old sites, and that's
I didn't know
that's
that.
how you got out of the wheelchair.
He was out there.
Yeah, it literally just on there a second ago. Right there. Look at that, Brian. TV.
Yep, Kyle. So that's exactly what
$10
Adam was
straddle.
just saying. A couple of players added on some purples during the break there. Everybody wanting to play a little bit deeper.
$10 straddle by 5.
And I like the deep stack play. You know, the deep stack play means we're going to go post flop a lot more often. Kind of allows good players to set the tone.
In most hands already, we're seeing a
6
10,
makes it
15, 20,
7
$25 straddle.
5 folds.
So
10 folds.
number of big
1
blinds goes down exponentially.
2 folds. 3 folds.
Yeah, exactly. If you're going to play
5
2, 5, 20, 20 becomes your new big blind number when you're thinking about stack sizes.
5 checks.
Great
6
flop
bets
here for
lead.
Sky. Ryan was going to give him respect.
Sky went pretty big there on the flop. 80%.
Yeah, I know Sky as a tournament player. I know he does play cash games, but I'm not sure.
He's great at tournament, man. He's a killer, an absolute
Absolute crusher at tournaments here.
an
for
absolute
sure.
savage, as the shirt says.
It
He's
will
really
be
good.
interesting to see if he makes the adjustment, though. You know, with just some of those sizing things that you were just talking about.
6 folds. 7 folds.
Yeah, the big difference between something like this and the $50 tournament that's going on out in the main lobby is
9 calls.
there's going to be a lot more aggressive action
10 calls.
in this kind of game. Whereas when you're playing in a tournament, naturally people are going to play more passive because they don't have the
One makes it
opportunity to
75.
reload. At the same time, in
2
general,
folds.
it just attracts a
3
little
folds.
bit more of a casual,
4 folds.
passive player.
5 folds.
Cash invites a much more
9 calls.
aggressive atmosphere.
10 folds.
Yeah, I don't think
As
we,
is evidenced by this 10-4 offsuit, shooting it up here.
I think we had one limped pot maybe, and that will not be the case
9
with
check.
the $50 tournament out in the main room.
1 bets 115.
John W. here with the gutter.
9 calls.
And Gary B. with bottom pair.
400 in the pot.
9
Doesn't change
checks.
anything.
1 checks.
Interesting to see if John fires here.
John has
9
pretty
checks.
close to the nut low here, so
1 bets 2 1/4.
players are at the bottom. You would expect them to want to bet, but I also understand John's reservation, not wanting to. I think maybe against a different player, John W. would, but again, part of the benefit of being Gary B. and just the style that he plays, people feel a little bit more uncomfortable bluffing him because he's shown a propensity to either come over the top with aggressive action or call,
I believe so.
which is in general, you know, in general when you watch poker, it's better to play aggressive than it is passive.
She'll be here.
Put people to decisions, make them uncomfortable. Obviously, playing more aggressive means it's a little bit swingier. But as Gary B is showing us tonight, it can be extremely profitable.
1 calls.
That's definitely the strategy the best players utilize, you know, when you watch, like your Garrett Adelstein types, it's always max pressure, max pressure, max pressure.
5 calls. 6 folds. 7 calls. So 65. You said 65, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, you're good. Just want to make sure.
Dino putting in the 3-bet
I
here.
heard you say it right.
It's the power of speech.
Queen 9-4, all spades.
5 checks. 7 checks.
Rhino with top
1
pair. Zell's second pair. Dino with the only spade out there with the jack of spades. And he was a pre-flop raiser. He's going to continue.
Rhino playing this short stack is in an awfully uncomfortable position with a weak queen.
And I'm pretty sure Rhino just thought to himself in his head, like, man, Dino has been one of the tighter players at the table. Is this a spot I'm getting myself into?
5 bets 200.
And this is a really interesting lead from Rhino here.
2 calls.
10 of spades on the turn. Jack of spades
5 checks.
for Dino gets him the flush.
Two bets 250.
This is great sizing from Dino here. I can't tell if that's a purple or a black. I think it's a black chip in Rhino's hand there, meaning that his stack is just roughly at 250. I thought it was a purple when I made the comment about the sizing. That being said, I like it either way, regardless of whether, excuse me, Rhino had, excuse me, regardless of whether Rhino had 1,000 or he has 250. Dino's betting small as a percentage of the pot.
Rhino thinking out loud here.
What is it?
250.
If I go all in, you gonna fold?
Probably not.
Rhino probably had about $10 more there, and he said, if I go all in, will you fold?
I don't think Rhino can call this. I mean, not to say that he won't, but I'm saying in the grand scheme of things, I don't think he should, because basically, in order for this to be profitable, you'd have to be saying that Dino has something like a red ace-king.
Yeah, no, I have patience to wait. I'll call him. Ace Jack.
And Rhino talks himself into one there.
I can't beat the Jack. I can't beat the spades. But I was right.
And you're right. I mean, what a hands is he ever beating there?
Yeah. It's
Ace
just,
king, red ace king.
Fortunate, but I mean, to Rhino's perspective, Rhino's looking at it like I got extremely unlucky. I'm on a small stack. I'm just kind of ready to be done with these and move on to the next rebuy, you know? Anthony Fisher asks, how does the card reader work? So within the cards the dealers give out, we have a special deck. It has RFID technology. What that is basically there's wires inside of the cards. That's why sometimes you might hear the dealers ask the players not to tilt the cards back too far or stretch them in any abnormal way. It's because there's wires lacing around those cards that signal to a reader on the bottom side of the table what the card is. The table then communicates that with the back room.
You're doing the bottom.
And that's how we get our production.
Double board bomb pot.
How much you play by around?
500.
Love to see it, man.
And we are on a 15-minute delay here, so, you know, we're not receiving these hands live.
Oh, sweet. I didn't realize you snuck up on me.
Six.
Brandon, this dealer's name is Daniel.
Yep.
Check. 7 checks. 9 checks.
Check.
10 checks. 1 check. 2 checks. 3 checks. 4 checks. 5 bets 90. 6 folds. 7
Checked around a Rhino on the button, and he potted it for 90.
9 folds. 10
90, right?
yeah. Calls 90. 1 calls 90. 2 folds. 3
Give it a second here to get these.
3
Give it a
folds.
second here to get these folded cards out of the picture. See what we're working with.
Russ here with a nice one, drawing to the nuts on both boards. Gutter on that top board.
Set of threes for Rhino.
Rhino now with clubs as well, working on
both
both boards.
Check. 5 check.
And Gary B with the mystery hand. And a couple of sets for Rhino.
10 checks. 1 checks. 5 checks.
Sounds like he's going to scoop. Gary's got a straight, possibly. It's the only thing that's going to...
Put yours in the box real quick, Kerry. Nice.
Yell at Gary here to put his cards in the box.
I missed a fucking bet. I was worried about the club, to be honest.
Rhino gonna go ahead and scoop that one.
Yeah, but you weren't playing chicken out again.
That was a relatively tame,
Yeah.
pretty small bomb pot we've seen. Seen some,
Didn't have a ton of big draws there.
we've seen a
I
couple
mean,
medium-sized ones, but man, some of these on past streams, they get aggressive, they get big real quick. It's kind of the nature of playing PLO bomb pots. You're going to get a lot of big pots. You're also going to get a lot of
That's 20.
small to middling pots. Very polarizing. I want to thank everybody for joining us again. Reserve Poker Club live stream
$15 straddle.
here in Toledo. If you guys have any interest in getting on the live stream, reach out to us.
2-5 no limit hold'em every Tuesday. 5-5 pot limit Omaha every Thursday. 5-10 no limit hold'em every Saturday.
Calls. 7 folds. 9
$15 button
Fold.
straddle here from
10.
Rhino.
calls. 1
Sky just makes the call, and Russ just makes the call with
2
ace king.
3 calls. 4 folds.
And I really
5
feel
check.
like Russ is just, I mean, the whole stream he's played very passively. I don't know if he was trying to set up for some sort of squeeze there or what was his thinking. He does have Gary right behind him, so.
That's, again, I mentioned it a little bit earlier. You could definitely develop out a
35
little bit of a limping strategy with the intention of trying to get Gary to take aggressive action behind you
3
and then come up over the top.
calls. 35 5 folds.
Heads up to the turn.
6
And that gives Ryan a gut shot to go along with his flush draw.
That's 40. 3
You gotta see what you gotta do.
Small bet from Sky there. 40 into 150.
Yeah, Ryan's getting a good price, and he's in position too, which means that if he gets checked 2 on the river, he's going to be able to take some aggressive
I
action.
think
but
what he's thinking is that bet was so small, it looked weak.
And I think if Sky is going to bet this small, he's got to anticipate that this is going to come in at some frequency. Value-wise, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I mean, he could be doing this with deuces or 5s, but you obviously block King Jack. You don't expect him to have Jack 5, Jack deuce, or 5 deuce. There's 2 flush draws, lots of straight draws out there.
6 folds.
This guy's going to go ahead and lay it down, and Ryan takes one with some aggressive action. Good for Ryan.
Yeah, tough spot for Sky there, out of position.
Am I dealing them in that if they're away from the table or what?
I do feel like a check there, though, but rather than that small bet. That small bet just led to such a weak look for his hand there.
Yeah, and Ryan's played pretty snug, you know. So when a check raise or when a raise on the turn there comes in, maybe Sky's not really assigning him a lot of draws, you know, thinking that maybe he's just more likely to take a good price and look to play in position.
7 folds.
What about down here?
9 calls.
This is good?
Yeah.
Okay.
It just makes 10 folds. That camera good.
I guess I haven't worked on nobody on this side.
Raises to 55. 3. Maybe when you have folds, you can just slide back a little bit. Fold.
How far back
4.
would you give me a
Just
slide?
a little bit, not much.
I can do that.
4.
Is that good?
Folds. 6 folds. Can you still? 9.
Yeah.
Call 55. That's it. Nine. Check.
John W.
Check.
Solving straight and flush draws.
9.
No waiting.
Check.
Just like that.
Club on the turn for the man.
That's 40.
And he says, if I check enough, Gary will bet.
So that's a good check from John W. there. Kind of sensing that
Raises to 115.
Gary B might be taking a stab, but I think that if we're gonna check there, might just be a better spot to call.
Just call and, you know, maybe rep a big club in your hand. You're looking for it to get there on the river type deal and try to let Gary bluff again.
I think it's the best purchase.
But at the same time, John is the second best flush. You know, you want to get some money in the middle. I understand that, obviously. And Gary has shown a propensity to actually want to check when he's got his good hands. I'm notably thinking of when he had the 6-2 suited, flop trips, the rivered quads.
Right.
Or when he flopped a gutter ball and hit it on the turn, checking both times.
They got that little place you was talking about.
In a pot earlier, in which Dino had rivered quads against him.
C3. Fold. 4. Fold. 6.
And while I know we mentioned Russ earlier,
Raises to 6.
you know, he's playing a little passive. You know, you gotta
7.
respect the fact that he's a young guy and he wants to play in the game.
Oh,
right?
sure.
You know what I mean?
9.
This is a lot of,
I could only dream of playing this game at his
10
age.
fold.
and there's a lot of people
1 fold.
that don't have the opportunity to play in games like this. At the end of the day, everybody plays poker a little bit differently, you know? It is fun, I will say, just to be able to sit there.
9.
Enjoy the fact that you're playing on a live stream. You get to have your friends and your family watching.
That's 110. 7. Calls. 9. Calls.
And it's the night of quads.
Check. 6.
That card could
Checks.
keep
7.
John W. interested with his 7. Makes it less likely Zell has a 10.
Zell's not
That's
waiting.
200. 9. Fold.
But Zell's definitely played a little bit on the tighter side. I think that's coming into the calculus a little bit there for John W. And for Sky, we have a pretty easy fold here.
Fold.
Zell gonna go ahead and take it down with quads. How many times have we seen quads tonight? 4? We've seen it
3 at least.
Dino,
At
Gary
least
B,
3.
Zell.
Yeah.
Anybody else? I think that might have been it.
You're a kicker.
Now going back to what you were, Russ. No, mad respect for him playing at this size of a game at
Absolutely.
his age. I mean, I was nowhere. Even now, I'm not playing in this game. At the same time, I think if you ask him honestly, you know, would you have played these hands the same way at a 1-2 game? I don't think his answer is yes. And I think that's the big thing to take away is you don't really want the size of the game to dictate your play. And if it is, then it might be
4 folds.
a little bit too big.
6 folds. 7. Raises to 100.
Zell gonna shoot it up here with jacks.
9. Folds. 1.
Gary B with a.
He's got suited cards.
He's got a suited 3-gapper. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
We're in there. Let's get us in there. And Gary B flopping a whole world of backdoor possibilities.
1.
There it is.
Now we're drawing to a 7.
7 bets 200.
Interesting sizing there from Zell. Gonna come with full pot.
Let's see if Gary senses weakness here. Zell checks the flop. I think he's going to give up now. Yep. Thought for a second there we had another Gary raise coming in there.
Yeah, yeah. I would've got you on the river. I had a straight draw, so.
Oh, I need your cards.
I would've called 100.
Oh, Daniel showed a 7 rip-off there on the river.
Was it really?
Yeah.
Oh.
That's what Gary said. Gary said he would have spiked his draw.
$10 buttons, travel.
Right. Showed him now.
Fold. 2. Calls 10. 3.
$10 straddle here. $10 button straddle, and
Raises to
here's what we
45.
kind of talked about earlier in the stream with the button straddle. Dino's in the big blind. It's only $5 more to call. Ace 10 off. Definitely looks good enough to throw $5 more in there.
125.
But now right away
6
you
folds.
have a raise
7 folds.
and a 3-bet to
9.
125.
Calls 125. 10 folds.
John W with the ducks. Gonna get in there.
2 calls.
Whoa, Dino.
A little loose there from Dino.
No, he had those 3 or 4 other black chips kind of
3
just
calls.
precariously perched close to the line there. I thought maybe he was thinking of doing something a little crazy. Instead of opt to call, we'll go 4 ways.
It would have worked. Big flop there. Doesn't really connect with anybody, but it's a scary flop for sure.
2 checks. 3.
Rhino with
Check.
top.
5.
I'm gonna continue.
That's 250.
Yeah, top here. You're not
Nine.
feeling great about it.
Fold.
Hey, Rhino, when he picks up this many callers, he's just saying he's gonna kind of go with it. He's got too little money behind
Fold. 3.
relative to the pot size.
I would have been chasing the chop.
And he takes it down.
Chasing the chop.
Dino told Rhino he was chasing a chop. He was right. He needed a king.
There you go.
You just opened on ace king and then called?
Daniel's going to go ahead and get us ready to go on the next one here. We're going to introduce our next sponsor for tonight, Jack's Menswear. Jack's Menswear located at 3414 Door Street. Principal owner Mark Hopkins. Jack's Menswear has everything you need to look sharp, including hats, ties, shoes, and suits, both dress and casual. A family-owned business that's been in Toledo for 75 years. Come and see the Wall of Distinction and consult friendly and experienced staff on how you too can become a man of distinction. Open Monday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Mention the Reserve Poker Club. Receive 20% off their already low prices. That's 20% off already low prices when you mention the Reserve Poker Club at Jack's Menswear.
7 fold. 9. 1235. 10 fold.
$10 button straddle here from Gary.
1 call.
Ryan raised it up to 35 with ace jack off. Rhino John W came along. Gary came along from the button straddle as well.
3.
Great flop there for Ryan.
Checks. 5. Checks. 9. Checks. 1. Checks. 3.
Now, as the pre-flop raiser there was,
5.
what do you think Ryan's thinking was checking there on the flop? Was the board just so dry that he was okay to take a free card?
That's 120.
Yeah, you know, I mean, there's not a lot of draws. It's kind of, bet in his mind, he's looking at it as a way ahead, way behind situation. But that being said, playing in a four-way pot, you kind of want to protect your hands, particularly when you only have jacks. If the board were king high and it was something like king 7 deuce, and you had ace king, then there wouldn't be as much to defend against. Maybe you can make an argument for checking more, but with jacks, might want to put a little bit more protection in there.
3. Checks. 9.
And for John W., we want to go something along the lines of 225, a little north of half pot.
That's 140.
He goes a little smaller.
3.
And just a little north, a little south of half pot. Targeting a jack. Maybe even a...
Ryan trying to figure out if there's anything that he beats here.
queen holding. That's going to be tough for Ryan to come up with bluffs. I mean, if we thought maybe John was barreling something like hearts.
Yeah, that's
inside
really
straight draws.
That's really about it. You know, maybe he had 10-9 of hearts. He picked up showdown value there at the end, though, so he probably doesn't bet. Maybe if he has a hand like ace X of hearts.
Good fold from Ryan. I mean, I think in this particular session we haven't seen John get too out of line. Nothing really stands out in my mind as any multi-barrel bluffs.
No, definitely. I don't know if I would say tighter, but he's definitely played a lot more solid.
Just a little bit more passive, you know.
A little more passive, definitely. Yeah, he was really raising it up the last time, and he was getting involved in almost every pot. Of course, we had that big one with the deuce 3 suited.
I mean, in general, right? In poker, money is made by being the aggressor with good hands, right? That's like the simple, time-tested, and true formula.
10 folds.
And John W. definitely subscribes in this session, at least to that.
Calls. 3.
I think Ryan made a good
folds.
Yeah,
Made
absolutely.
a good determination of that.
5 checks.
Folded accordingly.
I think my thinking there was, if I'm in Ryan's spot and I flop that top pair, top kicker, I have 3 callers behind me. I'm trying to get value from any other jack there.
5.
Right off the
Check.
rip on the flop.
9. Bet 60.
Little piece for John, little piece for Dino. Nothing too much for Rhino.
2.
I've seen him continue with less.
Fold. 5.
Not this
Fold.
time.
Some updated chip counts. Again, the stacks just kind of gravitating up as the session goes on. Saw the average buy was somewhere between 500 and 1,000 for this game in the beginning. Now we're obviously moving upward as the night progresses. We've had one, Dr.
6 folds.
Mark, who was with us for the first little bit. Go bust.
7 folds. 9.
Replaced by Sky.
Raises to 40. 10 folds. Call. 2 calls. 3. Fold. 4 folds. 5.
The dirty diaper.
Calls 40.
Rhino takes this hand as a challenge. As if it's daring him to win with it. He's going to go ahead and call.
5. Checks. 9.
John picks up top pair, no heart. Dino has the king of hearts with a gutter.
Rhino just cracks me up, man. That check almost just admitting defeat. Thinking, what have I done?
5 folds.
Like brand new man.
9.
Dino drawing extremely live here. I wonder if he'll continue. This is a pretty small bet.
Yeah.
1/3 pot.
He's getting 4-1 on a call now.
Calls 80.
Whiffs. Whiffs the river.
Checks. 2.
This is a good check from John W. All the straight draws, brick out, the one heart type holdings.
Yeah, I think
That's
John
2.5.
absolutely checks there with the plan to check call.
Yeah, I mean, if you're John, you can't really fold. When you check the river, I mean, what better hands are you really going to have than a jack? Not too many. All of the straight draws with a heart. Ace high draws with a heart. Brick out.
John just taking his time to think it through, and he thinks it through correctly. Makes a good call. Well played there by John. $850 pot.
Well played by John. You respect the heart from Dino.
And Dino has the image, I think, tonight to pull a bluff off like that.
Yeah. I think from Dino's perspective, we want to go a little bit larger with our bluff there. Like I said, all of the draws, all of the solo hearts, all of the straight draws, brick out. So we're going to have plenty of bluffs. Why not go for something larger so that, you know, when we do have it, we get paid for it accordingly. If anything, you're probably going to have more bluffs than value there anyway.
Yeah.
Might as well go for something large.
Calls. 2.
Russ going to go ahead and get in there with the king 5 suited. This hand could go either way for
You know
Ryan.
what it is. Gary's out of his seat.
There it is.
Russ said, "Oh, never mind. I'm not going to get 3-bet."
The 175, 4 folds.
But Ryan saw that plan. Ryan said, "You know what? Russ limped in there because Gary wasn't at the table. I'm going to squeeze him."
Called 175.
Rhino, the very playable
6 folds,
9/8 suited.
7 folds, 9 folds, 10 folds.
Heads up.
Five. Check. 3.
No, open-ended. This is a terrible board for Ryan's specific hand. A great board for what he's trying to represent like he has. Gotta just go ahead and give up on this one. I suspect you'll see Ryan, or Rhino, excuse me, take a shot here.
That's 175. 3. Fold.
Yeah, like, you know, as the pre-flop 3-better, it seems like a perfect flop for Ryan to throw a bet out there and at least see one time, you know, what I'm not saying Rhino would not have called with his open-ender there, but you don't find much better boards to represent on than that.
Yeah, part of the benefit of continuing to tell your story is that you don't allow your opponent in the hand to kind of take over that narrative, right?
10 folds. 1. Fold.
10-3 suited, just barely out of Gary's range.
Fold. 3. Folds. 4.
We haven't seen Brevin in a minute.
Raises to 60.
Let's shoot it up here with
5.
9/8.
Call it 60. 6 folds.
And Rhino, man, where is the V? We need the V-pip chart.
Yeah.
I love it.
It seems like
John W, though.
Ooh.
John W might be laying down the hammer here. And the kind of interesting thing is, depending on the size from John W, Brevin could talk himself into a call here. It's just 9/8 suited, or 9/8 unsuited.
Brevin snap folds.
They're so deep that I think
One card, double down.
Fold.
Well, the thing about it is, every time John has raised pre so far on this stream, he's had it.
exactly. I think it's a great point. If it were Gary B, with how deep they are, you know, I mean, when you're sitting there 3K effective, and what I mean by that is the smallest stack in the hand is $3,000. That's a lot of money, right? 9/8 a connected hand.
Yeah.
You might be able to make an argument that against a, with all respect, obviously, against a maniac like Gary B, you might be able to win a big pot if you connect, but against John W, he's probably going to play pretty fit or fold post-flop. It's going to be tougher to win a... You're going to need a very specific combination of runouts to win a big hand.
15 to go. Spot 1 fold. Feels like a Monday. Spot 2 folds, 3 folds.
How close they were to Georgia after that?
Spot 4 raised to 75, 5 folds.
$15 straddle here.
Notice here that Brevin is using a larger sizing with King Jack than he did with 9/8. There was a larger straddle last hand. He raised it up to 60. With a smaller straddle on this time, he's going to shoot it up to 75. I think Sky's contemplating an all-in here.
Spot 6 was all
There
in.
it is.
The tournament style shove from Sky.
He's playing the short stack.
Alright, everybody folds around.
And I like the play. I mean, he just saw Brevin raise, snap, fold last hand.
Absolutely. Wants to put him to the test.
Yeah.
You done with the tournament?
No, they made me come here. I got like 200K tips too.
You just forfeit?
Now we got a $15 straight on the spot one.
I was just trying to bust out. It should go.
I call bullshit.
Alright.
Let's do it now.
So Sky said he's got a 200K stack in the tournament, but they made him come over to this cash game. I'm not sure who they is. We're not gonna
Man.
even speculate.
I saw Sky before we came back here. He was waiting for a seat. He said he came down to play cash. I do not doubt that if he were playing in the tournament, he'd have quite a large stack, though. Like I said, the man's a great tournament player. Definitely a staple in the regular tournament scene here.
But I did look at him when I put the 15 in.
Yeah, if you guys didn't catch that, he said he was trying to bust this $500 so he could go play the $50 tournament.
5 folds. 9 calls, 10 folds, we're heads up.
Yeah, folded ace king.
Top pair is going to be plenty good for Gary B.
And nothing really for John to do here.
9 folds. Shows a queen.
Queen is good.
I had one of our normal 6 hands.
I want to thank everybody again for joining us.
We've had some great action
live at
tonight.
the reserve. There's the VPIP. Gary B. Rhino leading the way. Over 60%. Brevin down there at the bottom, 16. Sky not far behind at 22. I'd say the middle kind of ending right around that 25 to 30% range.
Got a $20 button straddle in 9.
Seen some crazy spots tonight. Some crazy spots.
10
Yeah, it's been
folds.
fun. It's a big 2-5 game. And here we go again.
Definitely is playing big. And
Here we go
About
again.
1 raise
Gary
for
B with
75.
9s. Dino with kings. Oh, and Dino just going to call.
Interesting. Trying to disguise the strength of his hand there. But against a player like Gary B,
4 calls,
you know,
5
you
folds,
figure that he's calling off
7
a lot of
folds.
3-bets there. So
And it's early, extremely early position that kind of weights everybody towards stronger hands. And the problem with just flatting
is he let everybody come in?
is you let everybody come in behind you.
3 deuce suited. Here it comes.
About 9 calls.
So Dino, who would have been an 80-20 favorite against Gary B, heads up is now only a 36% favorite to win this hand.
He does have to like that flop, though.
Yeah, kind of a low disconnected flop. Gary B's not going to dislike that
No.
flop with just one overcard.
4 folds.
Zell going to go ahead and call here with a piece,
7 calls.
as will John W.
And 9 calls.
There are some pretty crazy turn cards here.
Yep.
Let's see if one rips off.
That gives Zell an open ender.
Checks. 2 checks. So 500? Spot 7 bets 500.
Oh, look at Zell.
Wow.
Zell going to go ahead, wager 500, and I think John W. will take a second to fold here.
Zell
9
bets
folds.
500 into 9.
About 1 folds.
Dino gonna go ahead and
Interesting. Let me
just call here.
Just calls. Gonna leave himself with a little under 500 back.
Zell drawing extremely live here.
Alright, last card.
That's not gonna do it for Zell.
Spot 2 moves all in.
Oh, and Dino just gonna go
Dino
ahead.
goes all in and doesn't give Zell a
Rip
chance
here.
to
That
bluff
is-
at it.
That is a strange.
That was a strange line with kings that whole way. But it got the job done. He's going to pick up a 2.4K pot.
Dino must be ranging Zell on a jack. Obviously suspecting that Zell's going to be checking back a lot of jacks on this run out. But I think even that is aggressive. I think that we're not going to get called a whole lot by a jack on that run out.
Alright, got no strap.
Oops, Joe. John, you have to take a timeout.
Bean's going to go ahead and take down that pot, though. Josh will get us going. No straddle on this hand.
You cheating?
Pulls around to spot 6.
You cheating?
Best of 30.
Oh, you. What you talking about?
Spot 7 calls, 9 folds.
Oh, my card's angry.
Oh, Sky with queens.
What?
Zell with a suited jack 10.
30 to go.
Russ going to go ahead and get in there. 10-9 offsuit from the button. And I think this is actually, I think this is off a little bit here. All of the positions are off by 1, it looks like. I think Russ is in the small blind.
There's that squeeze from good old Gary. 30 to 120.
This kind of creates an interesting spot for Russ. So this is the nth time that we've seen this tonight where Russ has called an open and then proceeded to get squeezed only to fold to
Spot 10 folds.
to the squeeze from Gary. So we either need to make a full out strategic adjustment as Russ at this point, where we either need to 3-bet everything to try to isolate aggression and keep Gary B out of the pot, or we need to make a commitment where we're just going to flat everything, meaning aces, kings, queens, etc., and then look to punish afterward.
Scrabble I need.
I like that move, though.
But Zell's going to go ahead and get it in here with Jack 10 suited.
Zell likes to gamble.
585, 595. Alright, there's 350, 450, 5.
I can't see, I think Gary B mocked, but
That's right.
he did.
Yes, he did.
Nobody showing. Let's get to going.
Josh ready to get it going one time.
One time. Zell's one time lifetime. Zell said you're good. See if he picks up some equity.
Uh-oh.
He did. That would be gross.
Oh, no, he's good. And Sky is going to be wondering how he is good.
Queens.
That is not a board you want to see with pocket queens.
That is just about the worst thing possible. Couple diamonds out there. Just another big board for
Jacks
Sky.
get there.
Sky is indeed going to win.
I need
Zell says
1,000.
bring me 1,000. Sky, I don't know if he was in. Was he in for a min buy?
Well, I think he was in for.
And when I say min buy, that's still a lot.
500 or 600.
Yeah, that's up to 1.4K.
Yeah, nah, of course he was pretty good. He saw what I did when he
It's not a bad night's work.
3 bets.
Not a bad night's work for Sky.
More
Gets
than
the
he would have
double-
won if he played that tournament.
1,000
Gets the
places,
double up
spot
through
7.
Zell.
I got a 15.
When I saw that tournament, you know, I think the
1,016.
first place prize,
I got a $15
little over
straddle
700
on spot
bucks.
10.
You know, we mentioned earlier, Adam, that we're doing the Toys for Tots promotion here at the Reserve. Every tournament buy-in, can either bring in a toy to donate to the bin or
$5.
$5
Five
for a 5K add-on.
measly dollars.
One call.
And I was told that we raised a little over $200 tonight for the Toys for
Nice.
Tot promotion,
Awesome.
which is awesome.
We still got, we still got a lot of time left.
Yeah, absolutely. We
So
haven't
that
even gone into the
means-
Winter Classic Series. If
that
you guys come in
means-
for any of those Winter Classic Series, sure to bring an extra $5 for those buy-ins. 5K extra chips. Help some kids in need.
Our goal is 10,000, so we're about a quarter. We're a quarter of the way there, basically, already. So we appreciate it, everyone.
9 checks. Spot 10 bets 35.
John's the only person with a pair. Russ has a diamond draw.
Spot 1 calls, 5 calls, and 9 calls.
Russ now open-ended. This
Spot 1
flush draw.
checks.
Gary picks up a gutter. Rhino picks up a gutter. John picks up a gutter.
Look at this from Rhino.
Spot 5 bets 80.
80 into 200.
9 folds.
John
And I wonder if we'll see Russ raise here at all. He doesn't give
10 calls.
the raise any consideration. Why might a raise be good? Well, look at the cards in Russ's hand. So Russ has
1 calls.
an 8, which blocks 5-8, an 8-10, both of which he could have in the straddle. He also has a 4, which blocks 4-5. So by putting in a raise there, I mean, even if we get called, we're open-ended with diamonds.
Spot 1 checks. 5 bets 100.
And also, if you're Russ, you're in there with the 2 loosest players at the table. You know,
Yeah, they could pretty much have anything.
They
These
could have
ranges can be
anything.
super wide.
So if you put in a raise there on the turn, you give them a great chance to fold.
Oh no, this would just be gangster. I mean, this would just be.
Spot
Okay.
Thought about it for a half a second. you
Gary
know.
B, man. Makes my heart skip a beat every time I see him pick up a couple of those black chips, man. You never know.
Four.
Better. 4 makes it straight.
So yeah, I think to the point there, I think Russ maybe could consider raising at some frequency, given that he had some pretty good blockers in his hands.
Now we got a $20 straddle on the button, spot number 1.
Good board? I figured 4 or 5 or 8.
Need some blue.
We can give it another die.
Oh, four card straight up.
Gary B putting the 20 on.
Well, I needed a straight card, I needed a 5. Then another 4. I doubled them.
15 to go, we're gonna start in spot 2.
Gary's about to move too.
I remember, I don't think they knew something.
1, 5, yeah.
remember you don't ever fold against
So,
me.
yeah.
I do.
Once in a while.
Pulls around to spot number 9, calls, 10 full,
Yeah, right.
option, check it out.
John flats with 10-8 off.
I'll get you.
Gary picks up a premium for Gary on the button.
75 now, raise to
So
75.
the more of these you buy, the less likely they're gonna go broke. They don't play.
That's smart.
Spot 9, calls 75. Or heads up.
I'm using my kids' college fund.
She already kicked me off. I got like 200 cash.
Good flop for John W here,
9
open-ended.
checks.
They told me I had to pick one.
Spot 1 bets
My chick's
115.
still out there.
Gary continues for over three-quarter pot.
Spot 9, calls.
Gary continued large
He's gonna make a plan.
with that pot there.
Like this still, if I'm still in there at midnight, yeah, that's exactly where I'm going.
I think he will be.
It's pretty innocuous turn card. If Gary B put John W
200K in chips.
on some kind of draw, I would suspect you
Might fold your way to third place.
continue to bet, but it's going to be tough to bet kind of flying in the dark with third
Means
pair.
You're not calling any of his raises.
And this could be a great card for Gary to,
I mean, I'll probably.
Try to represent.
yeah.
Try to move John off of a 9 or a jack.
Put it this way, you're losing the bare minimum.
Right.
Conversely, John W. has arrived at the river with absolute air.
Spot 9 bets 165.
Look at Gary B.
Well, spades miss, queen 10 misses, 10-8 misses, 6-7 misses, 7-8 misses.
Spades and him ace.
Huh?
Were you on spades and him ace on me?
Spades with an ace. Gets there, but everything else doesn't.
The sick thing is for this sizing, I think John W. could bet a jack as well. Gary B. has shown a propensity to want to raise anything.
Is that where you played back then? When
Gary B.
Carlos
could
out?
have dominated jack, a 9, a 5, any of the 6s through 8s. When you bet half pot, you kind of give yourself the freedom to bet a little thinner.
This would be a little bit of a hero call here.
A little bit, Gary. It's a lot of bit.
Good thing for Gary is he doesn't have a spade.
Okay, I'll pay you out.
Ooh,
Wow, great call from
nice
Gary there.
call, Gary.
Pair of 6s.
Good call from Gary there. Put the pieces together,
8-10.
solve the puzzle.
Spot 9 you. Yep. Okay. Let me
And a
know.
nice call from Gary.
Thank you.
Calls my
There's spades or not?
Open and straight.
Alright, spot 5 bets 10. Is that a strat? $10 straddle out of spot 5. Starts at
$10 under the gun straddle.
6 and 7 fold. Spot 9 raises to 45, 10 folds.
John W. So far, anytime he's come in pre-flop for a raise, he's had super premium. Let's see what we're working with here.
One re-raises to 175.
And Gary. This is just fun to watch.
Keep hitting them with the people's elbow.
175 with king 5 off.
Spot 2 calls,
And
175.
Dino on the button, just gonna flat the 3-bet.
4 folds.
9-8 suited.
5 folds. And 9 calls. 3-way action.
Alright, so I think we can take aces, kings, queens. Yep, okay. It's about what I was, somewhere up in that range. Ace, queen off, ace, jack suited. Ace, jack off for John
9
here.
checks.
To get into the square, John. That's why I heard him.
Our man Gary 3-betting the king 5, and he's gonna flop top pair.
Spot 1 bets 125.
Tough spot for Dino. I mean, not really a tough spot. You don't flop anything, you just get rid of it.
Spot 2 folds.
Tough with 9-8 suited to flop absolutely nothing.
Spot 9 calls, we're heads up.
It's one of those pretty hands you like to see board with. Deuce on the turn, pairs the board.
Spot 9 checks. Spot 1 checks.
Four of spades on the river does not change much. Interesting to see if John had a plan here when he called on the flop, or if he just thought that his ace high was good.
Spot 1 bets 215.
Gary trying to get some value now. I'm a little bit curious to know what John was thinking on this one. If he called on the flop just thinking his ace high was good here. It looks like that is exactly what's going on. He's trying to catch a bluff. Makes the hero call with ace high.
Kings and twos.
And Gary with the 3-bet pre with king 5 off wins a $1,000 pot.
Oh, man.
Spot 3.
It's been a fun night.
I mean, yeah, it's been extremely fun, right? This is why.
This is the game I want to commentate.
I was going to say, this is why it's so important for a game to have the right personnel. And just one or two players at the table can change the entire dynamic, right? The fact that Gary B is playing looser has invited Rhino, who already plays pretty loose, to loosen up a little bit. John W likes to see a lot of flops, creates a lot of interesting situations between those two. Creates a whole host of new and unique opportunities for action.
Fold. 5 calls. 6 folds. 7 folds. 9 calls. 10 folds. Over spot 1.
And if we liked king 5 offsuit, then we definitely like 10-6 suited.
Nope, not as much. We're just going to call.
4 players.
I made the same bad read.
5 checks. 9 checks.
Not much of anything here. Ryan's got a gutter ball.
Full check. To the turn.
And he spikes it.
5 checks. 9 checks. 1 bet's $40.
I like putting the raise in right here into a field of 4.
About 3 calls.
He's going to opt us to call.
5 folds. 9 calls. 3-way action.
Oh, and John W with kings up now. I wonder if John opts to lead here, fearing that this will get checked back.
9 checks. 1 checks.
And for Ryan here, let's go big. We have the second nuts.
Yeah, as played, Ryan has to feel like he has the nuts.
Let's shoot it up here. Let's go 250.
There's absolutely no way.
Spot 3 bets 150.
Just gonna go ahead and go a little bit smaller. I just think that what we're targeting, 2 pairs, would call a lot more. John reaching for raising
Ryan
change.
raises
Wow.
to 325.
And Ryan's sneaky call on the turn there. He's going to get him paid.
All in folds.
And this kind of goes to show, again, I think people underestimate how large they can bet in spots like these.
Spot 3 calls.
Oh, he's just going to
Wow. He only loses to queen 10 there. That's surprising. I guess he probably figures if he raises, there's nothing that John can call with. Besides queen 10?
Yep.
Interesting.
Say 2,000 to spot 9.
John re-upping.
Yeah, the raise from John is interesting there. You know, the question you kind of start to ask yourself is, do you think a hand like Jack 9, 9, 8 is going to be calling your check raise there? It's going to be tough too, in my opinion. That's why I prefer just to call in John's position. Obviously not folding.
Spot 1 goes to 25. Raise to 25. 2 folds. 3 folds. 4 calls.
Brevin going to call from the button.
5 calls. 6 folds.
I believe it was a $25 under the gun straddle.
No, it was a raise from Gary
Oh,
there.
I'm sorry. Gary B raised it up to 25. Nice flop there for him.
Start over on 5. Checks. 1 bets 40.
You know, the boards tonight have actually been pretty good, and what I mean by that is they've been pretty connected. Lots of flush draw, straight draw opportunities, but because the players are calling with such a wide range, it's harder to connect on these boards. So, like Rhino there with the king deuce, but Brevin is just going to go ahead and float Gary here.
Yeah, what do you think? He's just floating to try to take it away later on?
I love this tactic. I love to float in position, you know, with the intention of trying to steal it on later streets. I think people tend to discredit the frequency that people actually do that, but you have to be a little selective, and you want to go after tighter players with that strategy. Gary B is obviously not a tight player, so
Yeah, that was just going to be my next question. I mean, you don't really want to float against the loosest guy in the game, right?
yeah, that would make it tough. I think if you were playing against like Dean, for example, who tends to play a little bit tighter and no limit, might be a strategy that's a little bit more sound, a little bit more profitable. But again, it's a great example. Very few people, besides like Brevin and Gary B and Rhino, would do something like that. It makes them tougher to play against.
Bomb pot time.
Oh, and it is time. It's time. It's
Bomb
been an
pot time.
hour. Cannot believe it's been an hour.
Double board bomb pot. DBBP.
Gary B just building a
Vic,
mountain
you
of
asked Jim what
chips.
he just said. That's where the button is.
Just confirming.
Yeah, that massage took Gary B to the moon.
Like I said, man, she was working that betting arm, and it has been working. The man has been aggressive. I don't know if we can get any of those aggression statistics up there after this hand, but if so, would like to see them.
Two very similar connected flops
Seat
here.
6. 90. Seat 6 bets 90. 8 folds. 7 folds.
And Sky's got a beautiful hand here.
8 calls. 9 folds. 1 calls.
Set for Dino.
A Sky with the nuts on
Two
one,
calls.
drawing to the nuts on the other.
And also having both, you know, a couple of 8s in his hand.
90.
Removes that possibility from everybody else having the straight. I thought I saw John's cards for half a second, and I'm pretty sure he has a set of 7s on both
3
boards.
folds.
This could get spicy.
Brevin here, open-ended on both. Or open-ended on one, excuse me, with a gutter
4 folds.
on the other.
5 folds.
Rhino with a loose call here. Neither of those cards change anything. Does bring in
540.
a flush draw with hearts on the
Seat
top
6
board.
bets 540.
Definitely do like Sky just continuing away here. And this is what we were talking about, Max. 1.6K.
They get pretty huge.
1.6K.
Gary B with the bottom end.
Nice disciplined fold there from Gary.
One folds.
And Dino with just bottom set on a straightened out board. No possible way to win the top.
Five folds.
Makes a good disciplined fold there.
Here we go. We got a big one. Got a big one brewing.
And I'm like 99% sure John has pocket sevens. And he doesn't boat up on either of those spots.
Seat 6 is all in.
So if John has pocket sevens, then that would mean
Now the camera's given John a check mark. He must have hearts on the top.
You got a 7% both boards.
Nope. I think he said set of sevens on both boards. So set of sevens will win the bottom. And then Sky will take with straight on the top.
Good job.
Move it over a little more.
Which one?
John's cards.
oh, he does have hearts.
Hold up. What's going on here? Did I miss something here? So John's got hearts on the top.
Wait, yeah. So John's got to have the top, and then does Sky have anything on the bottom?
Sky gets scooped here, I think. Am I missing something here?
I don't think so. But I'm double checking as well. Sevens, 8,
Top
9.
set on both boards, Ryan will barely get half.
Yeah?
He has hearts here.
I think
Yeah,
somebody
now they're realizing
just
it.
told him, yeah.
He has hearts on the bottom.
Yeah.
It's a scoop. Yeah, I didn't see the hearts at first. I just
Brutal.
seen him roll over the sevens.
Brutal.
Oh, man.
He's got a set of
Wow.
sevens.
Oh, poor Sky, man.
Hey, keys and fours.
I knew you saw it, Rhino. I was
And
thinking
that-
I was gonna be the one that said something.
That's brutal, man.
That is the pain of a double board bomb pot.
John W.
Summed up
Go ahead
for
and
you right
scoop
there.
it. John W. didn't even know he had hearts.
No.
You heard him say, I have a set on both boards.
I noticed it.
I saw Rhino look at the board like he was just so confused.
Man, that's going to be tough. Poor Sky, man.
You know, I'm just glad that they didn't actually chop that pot, and then we didn't have to go run back there
That's
and
what I
say,
was just about
hey,
to think. I was
guys,
just about to
hold up real quick.
Here's the aggression frequency. 56% for Gary B. Aggression frequency means the percentage of the time that when your money is going in the pot,
This don't.
what percentage of the time it's going in as a bet or a raise rather than a call.
Top set on both boards, and I didn't see the hearts.
Man, poor
I
Sky.
didn't see him at all either.
Yeah,
Didn't
that's...
See the hearts.
Ugh. I mean,
I know, that's exactly.
that is the pain
That's a call.
and the
Straight.
agony of the double board bomb pot. You know, and I don't blame. I mean, if I'm in Sky spot, I'm losing all my money there too.
Exact same time you saw it, too.
Running hearts.
9
That's
folds,
tough.
1 calls.
35.
But that just goes to show you what we
Raises
talked about
35,
earlier.
3 folds.
The nuts change so frequently.
Yeah, these boards from turn to river change so quickly.
Four raises 125, 5 folds, 7 folds, 8 folds,
Brevin with jacks now.
1 folds, 2 calls.
Dino gonna look to set mine here.
Check.
2 checks.
And I wouldn't expect Dino to continue any longer.
4 checks.
We're going to play a little pot control.
Oh! Whoops!
Spiking the 5 on the river.
2 bets 150.
Luckily for Brevin, you know, on an ace-high board, he probably only lose the 1 street.
You're back.
Yeah, I mean, do you like to see like a quarter pot bet on the flop there though? $80, $90
From Brevin.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, in general, I'm a fan of using catch-all sizings, and what I mean by that is somewhere in the vicinity of like a 3rd pot. Means you can just kind of bet everything, keep the initiative.
2 bets 250.
And Brevin will have a pretty easy fold at this point. Everything, for the most part, gets there. Obviously, 8-10 doesn't. Jack 10.
Taking his time, thinking it through.
Especially when Brevin holds 2 jacks with the jack of clubs. Blocks a lot of the bluffing combinations, so.
Good fold.
Well done by the young buck.
That was one of those where he was like, you know, I kind of want to see it, but I don't need to put in those calling chips. I'll just see it in 20
Dino
minutes.
was putting on the whole circus over there, too,
Yeah,
man.
I know.
Leaning back, putting a drink on.
I know. Brevin was giving him the stare down.
Glasses were coming down librarian style. I mean, the dude was putting on the full Hollywood.
Yeah, I mean, your hand definitely shrinks up when somebody hits you with the librarian glasses.
We have a $20 under the gun straddle.
Gary B took 2 hands off from
Well, he's back,
raising.
he's back
and
at the massage
I was
game.
going to say, now time for a massage again. And almost on cue. Look at this. Massage back on.
75.
Raising.
See 2 calls.
Oh, and
3
Russ
calls,
puts out
4
the
calls.
$20 straddle there and just on cue as well. Gary with any 2 cards just pops him up.
5 calls. 7 folds. 8 calls.
Some days you're just in bad position.
9 calls.
5 ways to the flop. Ooh. Big flop for Russ here.
8 checks.
Oh,
9
but we've
checks,
seen him
1
flop
check,
these combo draws before and play them super passively.
2 checks. 5 checks. That's 155. 9 calls. $155.
And now with Russ calling, just putting in the flat there, it looks kind of weak.
C1 raises to 400.
Gary says, let's make it 4.
I will say, Adam, I think you've definitely picked up on something. Gary B seems to be targeting a lot of these passive plays from Russ. I mean, it's just such an unfortunate position to be in as Russ. But this is why you're just, like I mentioned earlier, you're going to have to make a full-blown strategic adjustment. You're just going to have to say we are either playing passively to then play aggressively, or we are just going to flat out raise and 3-bet everything, trying to keep Gary B out of these pots.
Russ counting down his stack.
Tricking
He's
me.
thinking in his mind,
Bye.
F this guy, F this guy. He's always in hands with me. Is now the time to make a stand?
9 calls.
Supposed to show me.
This is just gonna call here. See if he can finally hit something here.
There it is.
He does indeed.
There it is.
Now the problem here will be, in order to get paid, he's gonna have to do exactly this, which is
C9
just
is
lead
over.
right in, and that is.
And that's why I'm not a fan of
Easy all in.
playing these draws so passively, because now he's finally made one, and he's not going to get paid.
The screen you come out is,
Yeah, it's gonna be extremely tough. I mean, this is a.
and I'm camping out here.
Now you got a flush.
Gary said, I know you have a flush.
Yeah, that's the gross. It's the gross spot to be in. And that's the problem too with just playing it kind of passively as Russ. You know, when you do make your hand, it's you just gotta take such obvious lines, and regardless of whether Gary B is
650, yes, sir.
able to fold this or not, it's going to be readily apparent to a lot of other players at the table that Russ has it here. I mean, we just haven't seen him bluff yet tonight.
I'm a little surprised that Gary's contemplating this one.
Gary's
Russ-
shown a propensity to be sticky for sure.
I know, but Russ has easily been the tightest player tonight. This would be a really sticky one.
Just making sure I had it.
650, I got that right here.
Yeah, I don't think Russ should have said that.
Well, that could be his queen 10.
That's pretty specific.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think Russ should have said anything there.
No.
Yeah, you know, the man he's just kind of played passively and looked a little.
Can't show that one.
I mean, if he really does have a bluff with queen 10 there, he's never talking like that.
Yeah, it's gonna be. It's not the tough spot, but all things being considered, happy that the man finally took down a pot. You know, happy that he won one. Playing in a big game, it feels nice to take down your first pot. I think that's his first pot tonight.
We got started a little late tonight. We're going to be on till 12:30. So we got about 45 minutes left still. Plenty of time for some more action.
Four was not good there. I'll tell you that.
4 is not good.
And like a gentleman, Russ
C2
telling him that his 4 was not good there.
Around the turn. Yeah.
Uh-oh. Is that Mark Schlemmerfling
Good, I can't tell you that.
that I see?
Mark Schimmelfiller?
C3 raises to 70.
I haven't played an hour in hand. I
Schimmelfiller?
I know.
So that's why I think you were playing this year.
Schimmelfenning.
You were itchy.
Go blue.
I was getting the edge.
I don't
I never
know.
pull that much in an hour, but
I don't see you playing poker that way.
I know Mark wanted to get in the game.
5 calls.
Yep, he's in there. Said he doesn't get a chance to play too often, and when he called up, there was a seat open. I think Sky hopped in there when he was on his way over, but
8 calls. 9
glad to see he
calls.
got in the game.
One calls.
I'll put it in the thing.
Looks like we had a $15 straddle. Ryan raised it up to 70. Three callers.
Gary B just gonna flop the world here.
Yes, sir.
8 checks.
1 checks,
Fortunately,
3
nobody
checks.
else has a ton.
4 checks, 5 checks.
Gary B makes the flush. Rhino is in there with a
8
mystery
checks,
hand.
1 checks, 3 checks, 4 checks, 5 checks.
Sneaky from Mr. Gary B
8
there.
checks,
You know, I mentioned earlier, Adam, that Gary B has shown a propensity to put a lot of money in with marginal hands and bluffs, but when he makes his really good hands,
C1 bets 400.
You're spot on there.
likes to play him pretty slow.
He definitely has.
3 folds,
And here we see an overbet. Small one. 400 into 355.
I like it. We haven't seen really.
Maybe figures he can get paid off with a queen or a deuce.
We haven't seen a lot of overbets yet. This is kind of new, kind of fun.
4 folds, 5 folds, 8 folds.
That being said, everybody's going to go ahead and fold around.
Thank you.
Pot will be pushed Gary B's way. Not the first time we've been saying that tonight.
I couldn't believe what happened. Very rare am I 100% sure in something, and I was 100% sure that Ohio State was going to win that game.
So, dude, when Michigan had like like 3-4 years ago, when Michigan had like #1 defense. Like,
And I
that's
think
why
we
felt
found
really bad.
I have a $20 button
the
spread.
tell or the solution. I mean, I don't know what it is. Russ's reads are way
Oh, yeah, I
off.
don't know. Hopefully, yeah.
Way
Notre Dame,
off.
that's who recruited him initially.
He just said Ohio
I don't wanna
State,
see
in
it
his
go
mind,
somewhere.
was
I
100%
saw
to win.
Iowa, too, like one of the
20.
So that might explain some of
9 folds,
his decision making that's going on here tonight.
I'll tell you what, man, that was
I was worried about it.
that was a tough game to watch. I mean, that
Well, not for me.
1 raises 75,
I'm neither an Ohio State nor a Michigan fan.
3 folds, 4 folds.
It's just one of those
5
things. The
folds,
Buckeyes, man, they just look bad. They
6
just
folds, 7
look
folds,
terrible.
very analytical.
Yeah,
8
I,
folds.
there haven't been. I don't know if there's ever been a game where I've had more fun than that one. With the amount of jumping up and down and screaming,
It's
and
definitely a
1 check.
I made my 9-month-old baby cry. I was so loud.
For Michigan fans, that was one to remember for sure. King here for Dino. Just gonna go ahead and lock it up.
1 bets 30. 2 calls, 8 folds.
Just hearing him in the press conference, like,
1 checks,
he's not Urban Meyer. He's like Urban Meyer.
2 bets 100.
Dino gonna go pretty small here. Looking to target a 3 or one of the middling pairs.
I wasn't sure they'd be able to pass the ball like they did.
1 folds.
Gary B, of course, has none of those. Gonna go ahead and fold. Dino's stack continues to climb.
He's played solid tonight. Hasn't got out of line.
Connected to your phone.
Hasn't got involved in too many big hands.
Okay.
With a camera and Apple Watch, are they?
It's connected to your phone. It can't be at the table.
It's a thing I don't wear mine anymore.
Thank you.
I appreciate you.
Thank you, sir.
Now, if you're in a game with a couple aggressive players like this, are you trying to mix it up more with them, or are you trying to wait for a spot where you have a big hand?
Let me play a hand first.
Yeah, you typically want to play the opposite of the way your opponent is playing, right? So if you're playing somebody like Gary B, you want to play a little bit tighter, a little bit more
And then it's the best 5 card hand.
aggressive.
1 calls.
If you're playing
2 folds. 3 folds.
somebody like Dino, maybe you want to play a little bit
4
looser.
raises 50.
In general, I typically support playing aggressive in most situations as opposed to
6
passive.
folds, 7 folds, 8 folds.
I do think there's an argument to be made where if you're
9
playing
calls.
against somebody who's
Watch.
V-pipping as much as Gary B is, that you can play more passively looking to exploit.
Here we go again.
Oh, look at
1
this.
raises, 150.
And I'm pretty sure Gary limped with a plan to do this exact move here. So it was a $10 straddle on the button from Russ.
4 calls.
Gary limps. First act in the small blind. Brevin raises it up to 50. Russ comes along, flat calls.
Do you have any black chips behind there? Or no?
And I'm pretty sure Gary sees it and puts in the 3-bet to 150.
I need stacks behind.
Less than 2,000.
Appreciate that.
Russ with a pretty marginal hand here. I don't see much merit in continuing.
9 folds.
Pretty dry flop here. 7-8 deuce rainbow.
175.
Gary's still the best with ace high. If you're in Brevin's spot, it's real tough to put him on anything.
This is a good board. This is a decent board for Brevin's entire range. Brevin can have 8-7 suited, 8-7s deuces.
450.
He just announced raise.
He
Raised
Wow,
to 450.
what a beast, man. Guys, taking it to the streets against the ruling
Against
street
Gary
master,
B.
Gary B.
No fear from the young gun.
But Gary,
What a play there.
Gary B does not look convinced, and I think that what Gary B is thinking is that while this is a cool play, it doesn't make a lot of sense to raise here. If Brevin had a hand like 8s or 7s or deuces or 8-7, look at the oh my God, Gary B! You
What a
fucking
sicko.
beast.
What a
Oh,
sicko.
it's so annoying as Brevin. This is so annoying.
And
Because
when-
even when Gary B's
Oh,
bluffing, he's going
God.
to be bluffing with the best of it a lot of the
And
time.
when Brevin sees this replay, he's
Man.
going to puke.
That is disgusting.
Sick play there.
Gary B is a madman. Love watching this guy play, and all the credit in the world too to Brevin, because Brevin kind of, I think, was putting the pieces together. The only thing I would do a little differently as Brevin is, like I said, if you did have pocket 8s, pocket 7s, pocket deuces, 8-7 suited, or a drawing hand, you would just call there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Let Gary B, who is a maniac, let him continue to bluff.
And I think,
But man, what a play from both players there. Just aggression, just raw aggression. So fun to watch.
that was awesome. And you were spot on there. I mean, I think Gary's sitting there and he's saying, what really makes sense?
Yeah.
You know, what hand is really making that play right there?
4 folds.
9s,
6
10s,
raises,
jacks.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of it just doesn't add up.
7 calls. 8 calls.
10 of those.
9 calls.
Nothing short of sick there from Gary B.
You didn't pump the set. Did you pump the set?
1 calls.
And Shimmy hopping in the game, raising it up with 6-4 off. You love to see it.
C2 raises 55.
And this raise is super small from
Wow,
Dino.
really small.
C3 folds.
I like it, shimmy. Mark is a
What do you? I mean, you think Dino's just trying to build the pot in case he flops a set? What do you think?
yeah. I don't really know what this raise accomplishes. To be honest, it can't really be for value, I guess, because
Mark came to play.
6 raises to 155.
and Zell I think just needs to rip it in over the top here. You're so under-repped. There's action behind.
Seat 7
Let me go ahead
calls.
and just
I don't like
call.
it. And it's a perfect spot for you. You're right. I mean,
8 folds, 9 folds.
the strength of his hand is so well disguised.
155.
Let me get Gary B here on the button. This is awesome, man. What a game this has been. This has been one of the most fun games I've gotten the chance to see in a long time. Extremely grateful for
And
this.
I know Shimmy's been watching this game while he's been waiting for a seat, so he is a little bit familiar with what's going on here.
Oh.
Huge flop for Zell.
250.
Bets 250.
What is going on in this hand, man? What? Dino's gonna go ahead and lead out here. Now, obviously, what he's trying to do is he's trying to protect his hand against something like Ace Queen. But when you're up against 4 in a 4-bet pot, I mean, I'm sorry, but you're just somebody is going to have a king, and if they don't have a king, they're going to have jacks through aces.
Yeah, very strange. Very strange the way Dino's played this hand.
6 folds. 7 calls.
So where are we at here? 1.2K on the pot going to the turn. Zell's got about half pot bet left.
Gary B with his 4 would have.
I was about to say
turned a
if
flush
Gary
draw.
was still in there. And Dino's not slowing down.
Look
Wow.
at this, man.
Just don't get it. I just don't understand.
It just ain't my night, cool.
Zell says it just ain't my night with Ace King. Well, what do you put him on? 4s?
C2 bets 575.
You just got to dodge 2 outs here, Zell.
Hope the rest of that.
Whatever.
C2 bets over.
I could have checked. I could have checked. Oh my God.
Zell gives him a stink eye. Like, you gonna play that hand against me?
I think Zell really did think that he was beat there.
Yeah, I feel like Dino played really solid that whole night, and that was just a weird, really weird spot for him to kind of fire away there.
Thank you for coming in.
Yeah, I was not expecting. I was certainly not expecting the hand to go down in that fashion, particularly on Dino's side of things. But that being said, part of the beauty of poker, man. Everybody sees everything a little bit differently.
Everybody
That's what
sees everything
Zell.
different.
Zell was a little shocked to see that.
Well, yeah, I mean, when you're Zell,
I got him one time.
he bets the flop, you call, and he keeps going on the turn.
So now it's straight up by 5.
I don't know, but if he deuces,
You probably think he has at least a king there.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's more like, from Zell's perspective, I think it's more likely that you're up against a dominated king, the way that hand played.
I just
Something
feel like
king queen or king jack.
from Dino's position, once he gets called on the flop, that's it. He's got to shut down at that point.
10 makes it 35. 1 fold. 2 folds. 3 folds.
I know.
4 folds.
You got a call
5
on you,
calls.
C1? Back.
'Russ and Rhino.
5 checks. 10 checks.
Little technical difficulties here.
5 checks. 10 checks. Five bets 50.
Oh boy. the most rhino board of all fucking
Oh, you
time.
win. If you think you got a hand that can, you think about calling, you're gonna win.
This is such fucking donation.
10 calls.
And it was.
Oh, wow.
That's pretty gross. They both river the 8.
No, maybe
King 8 versus Ace 8.
Russ is pipped there. Unlucky for the man.
Thank you.
What's this strap?
Up to 25.
Whatever you want. It's your game, buddy.
Yeah.
And you gotta call your wife to make sure you do that.
Let's just not talk about that. She'll never know. Just watch.
6 straddles, 420.
$20 straddle.
Chips moving around when I was gone.
Thanks, my
7 folds.
Should
9
have just
calls.
tipped the dealer for being a smartass, I believe.
Yeah, there you go.
I can't bet them.
Love a little character. A little bite from the box.
1 bet's 80.
And continuing this streak
2
of
folds.
Russ limp.
3 folds.
Gary V raised to isolate.
4 folds. 5 calls. 6 folds.
I didn't want to overflick.
John W. with a mystery hand.
9 calls. And 10 calls.
4 ways to the flop.
Price tag, man.
Give me 2.
Top pair for Russ.
5 checks. 9 checks. 10 checks. 1 check.
Middle pair for Rhino.
You know, I'm gonna check it.
5 checks.
Gary picks
9
up
checks.
no equity
10
there on the
checks.
turn.
1 check.
And he's not going to go on this board.
Jump.
And Rhino feels good about his pair of
5 bets,
nines
75.
after it's gone
9
check on
folds.
the flop and the turn.
Ten calls. 1 folds.
29.
Rhino probably thinks he's definitely good here.
Just waiting in the week. But Gary to bet.
Russ is going to go ahead and take it down. Russ putting together a couple pots here towards the end of the night.
Better late than never.
Hey, I mean, all things considered, the man is up about 600, 700 bucks right now. They've been playing for
Can I get more blue chips?
a little under 5 hours. You told me that you had a way for me to make 135 bucks an hour or whatever it is. I'd take it.
Facts.
7 on you. 7 calls.
That's what I think a lot of people,
9
when
folds.
you're watching these live stream games,
10 folds.
you can kind of forget that
1 folds.
churning out $100 an hour playing tight.
2 makes
A lot
it
of people
30.
would do a lot of things if you told them you could make $100 an hour.
3
you know?
folds.
Yeah, you know, I mean,
5 calls.
we may have gotten on Russ a
6
little bit
calls.
tonight for some passive play,
7
but
calls.
he's also not getting himself involved in those big spots.
5 checks.
Playing smart, playing solid.
6 checks. 7 checks.
$100 an hour sounds great to me.
That's sounds good to me too. This is
5
just kind of who wants it more type
6
of board.
checks. 7 checks. 2 checks.
Nobody wants this one.
Well, Dino does
Dino
now.
does.
5 bets 50. 6 folds. 7 folds. 8 makes it 175. And 5 folds.
And a snap fold there
Yeah.
from Rhino.
I should expect. Rhino just trying to take a stab.
Thank you.
Oh, you're out there, you can go ahead. You don't want to straddle, you can straddle.
Undergun's got the
You
president.
take,
$20 straddle by 9.
Russ is in there for a $20 straddle. Oh, I'm sorry. Looks like that's John. They're calling
Tenfold.
that the 9th seat.
One calls.
$20 straddle from John.
Stream still go up for 2 since we started.
1230. 2 folds. 3 folds. 4 folds. 5
Gary
makes it
just flats
125.
and Rhino
6 folds.
raises it up with
7
9-5 off.
9 folds.
How far do you think they'll make it?
I mean,
1 call.
I'm hoping they're a 2 seed, like Michigan, and playing 2 seed would be nice,
I think he's gonna lose. I think the Bucks are gonna sneak back in.
which would be alright.
1 checks.
Great flop for Gary.
5 checks.
I don't want, they need to win, so there's no chance of playing Georgia, you know.
Yeah, they'll be fine. They're not gonna lose.
1 bets 150.
Pretty terrible.
We'll see what happens here.
Hopefully Corbin can get healthy though.
Yeah, exactly. If Edwards just does what he does, it won't even matter. But yeah, at the 1-2 punch.
5 calls.
Would be great.
All year they relied on Corbin. They finally see McCarthy go be a stud. And
Yeah.
exactly what he went and did.
All right. We shouldn't even
I
need
think
that.
Ryan turned open-ended.
What?
And he bricked the river.
150. One bet's 175.
Gary's got to feel pretty comfortable about this board.
Probably 5-3. Close to the. Close.
Rhino thinking if he can make a move.
Come on, Rhino. Let's see it, man. I don't think it'll get through, but
I think if he does it, Gary's going to snap it off.
it would be some.
Just straight snap it
Would
off.
show a lot of gusto. There it is.
5 raises to 500.
Now, a bad read by me. He didn't straight snap it off.
One is all in.
Wow.
Wow. He didn't straight snap it off because he wanted to get more.
What a good hand.
You silly.
Rhino, man. Got his hand caught in the cookie jar a little bit here. Although I will say that this shove, I'm not exactly sure if this is for value or if he's trying to turn his 7 into a bluff.
I mean, it's got to be for value at this point because Rhino only had 380 back. I was kind of surprised when Rhino just raised to 500. I think he just needed to try to jam in there if he was going to make that bluff happen.
Yeah. Rhino with a bit of gamesmanship here as we close out
And we love
the
you,
night.
Rhino, but we only have a little bit left on this stream, so we're going to need you to... oh, that chip went in the pot. That's a call. I'm just joking, guys.
Can't beat a boat.
Rhino says, I can't beat a boat. Sir, you can't beat 10 high.
5 folds.
Show it.
I think Gary B knew exactly what was going on there.
I
had a 5.
That's true. He did have a
Rhino
5.
being honest there.
Yeah, he had a 5.
He did have a 5. Didn't have much else to go with the 5. He got a 5.
I get blue. And 10 straddles for 15.
$15 straddle.
folds.
And a Gary B fold.
2 folds.
On a Russ straddle, too.
3 folds. 4 folds. 5 folds. 6 makes it 40.
Shimmy.
Shimmy knows that he only has so many hands to play on this stream, so you know what?
9 calls.
We're going to mix it up, and we're going to run into ace-king every time that we do.
That board is both of us.
10 cards.
Who does it? Who does it? Yeah, you got shot. Could be the bear. I can't bluff it.
7 checks. 9
Jack
checks.
7-6, 2 clubs. Top
10
pair for
checks.
Zell. John just decided to flat pre. Didn't
6
go
bet,
for the
75.
3-bet.
This is a bit of a tough
7
board to continue on for Shimmy. This
9 calls.
is just a really connected
10
board.
folds.
And when you're playing these multi-way pots, you got to think of your opposition as kind of one cohesive unit. And it's likely that somebody
7 checks.
in that cohesive unit
9 checks.
has a hand that's worth continuing at least through a call. But Shimmy has almost the nut low.
6 bets 200.
I would have liked to see him go a little bigger there.
Shimmy's kind of repping aces,
7
kings,
folds.
ace, queen.
9 calls.
Maybe a hand like queen, jack. Oh
And he
my,
gets
and
there.
Shimmy
He
gets there
gets
with
there.
the deuce.
He gets there.
With a duck. I wonder if John W. is going to try to lead at this.
9 checks.
He's not. Now, Shimmy probably does not estimate that his deuce is good.
So clubs missed. 8-9 missed.
6 bets 350.
I like the sizing. This is kind of a catch-all sizing. This is something you would want to bet with an overpair or ace-queen. Maybe even ace-jack.
Nice pot for Shimmy there with the 4 deuce.
Bluffing with the best hand by the end of it.
Yep. Bottom,
Shimmy.
bottom.
They don't call him Shimmy for nothing. The man out here making moves.
1 straddles for 15.
We continue on. We're entering kind of that last stage of the night.
$15 straddle.
Let's see what these last few hands have in store for us.
3 folds.
There we go.
Oh, Brevin with
4 makes it 75.
rockets.
And Rhino. It's time to go.
5's all in.
Could not imagine worse timing.
And he gets Shimmy out of there. He does get Shimmy to fold 7s.
Could not imagine worse timing here.
320.
See if anybody picks
Clubs
up
all
a
in for
hand
320.
behind.
6 folds. 7 folds. 9 folds.
They do not.
10 folds.
Uh-oh.
Oh. Gary,
Big smile on his face.
Gary B.
320.
Oh man. Oh, okay. I thought when his mouth opened, I thought he was about to say all in.
You got a big pair?
The biggest.
What is it? 320.
Yeah, 5 too.
5 showing.
Yeah, one of them.
I'm calling you for sure, but him behind you, I can't call.
I can maybe. I need to run out a little straight or something.
Alright, here we go.
And Brevin with a dealer-friendly $300.
Oh, deuce.
Deuce on the flop. Oh.
Oh. Top
One
set.
time.
Top set's gonna get it done.
Yep.
Get the flop.
Shows a deuce.
Revan's gonna go ahead. Clean up duty.
I can tell he's looking at his frame and I call it a show.
I don't know if that's going to be it for Rhino.
How much do you run up? Can I get 500 in chips, please?
No, it is not.
You're gonna jam, I'm gonna.
I was fighting the aces.
If I call 320?
Yeah.
100% flat.
I got a $25 straddle. Alright, 9.
Did I tip you?
Yes.
You call a dollar a tip, oh yeah, you did.
10 folds.
$25 button straddle.
1 cause. 2 folds. 3 folds. 4 folds. 5 calls.
Actually, that's one of the.
6 calls.
Good vibes, but
7 makes it 75.
What'd you have?
5 days.
9 calls.
5 dudes.
75.
Zell gonna shoot it up here.
1 call.
Yeah, just spicing up the pot a little bit. But now Rhino's like, should I squeeze?
5 calls. 6 calls.
Love it.
5 ways to the flop.
Poker is alive and well, people.
Yes, indeed. 375 in the middle.
1 check.
Top pair for Gary. Top pair for Shimmy.
6 checks.
Rhino, the only one with a spade in his hand. I'm sorry, John, also with the 3 of spades. And Zell turning the 4.
1 bet's 150. 5 folds. Six calls. Seven calls. And 9 calls.
Whoa, John W.
Red queen? The red queen up.
Looking for a 3 and a 3 only. Oh my,
Zell
Zell's just backdooring a boat
Up.
One
on a
check.
pretty clean run out here. I suspect he's gonna get called in at least one spot if it
6
checks to
checks.
him.
Play tight the whole night. Raise it up a little bit late with 4-5 suited. Make a boat. That's the recipe.
7 bets 500. 9 folds.
And I think in the grand scheme of things, I think Zell's actually leaving a little bit of money on the table here by betting half pot. I think he could have gone closer to full pot. Reason why I say that is because his hand is so polarized. He's saying he has a flush or better.
1 calls.
And there you go. Gary V's going to go ahead and pay him off. I think Gary would have paid a little bit more, paid something closer to...
Or does Zell make the maximum because Gary and Shimmy both call?
Well, think about it. Let's say Shimmy does call, so then the question becomes, had Zell bet pot, is he going to get called in at least one spot? I'd say the answer is probably yes, too.
Sure. No, I completely agree with you there.
Yeah, but your point is great, too. Look at this. Shimmy.
Shimmy with that 9 that plays just makes him feel just good enough. He watched Gary play all night.
No way.
Wow, Zell's just going to get paid here.
Zell is going to get
Is that good?
paid.
I had a king. Oh yeah. Yeah, my king. Bigger place.
Mark just checking with Gary to see if he was good there.
Zell is going to get paid here, man.
Raise it up with 4-5 pre-flop. Runner boat.
Good for Zell.
Yes.
Can I get 25 in blue, please?
Taking home a big one there.
Yeah.
$2,000 pot.
He was patient all night and it paid off.
Oh, man. And the back door, I mean, that's going to feel like the nuts.
15 straddle by 10. Can I get 25 in blue, please? One makes it 75. 2 calls. 15 straddle on 10.
$15 button straddle. Gary raised it up to 75 with queen 10 off. First to go.
4 calls. 5 calls. 6 folds.
Dino calls, Brevin calls, Rhino calls, Zell calls.
Thank you.
John getting a call
7
together.
folds.
I'm sorry, Zell folds.
9 calls.
How he tricked me there.
10 folds.
5 ways to the flop.
You should.
1 checks.
Gut shot here for Rhino. Pair of 5s is still in the lead
2
for
bets, 100.
Dino.
Dino holding those gut shot outs for Rhino.
John with the deuce 3 of diamonds.
5 calls. 9 calls.
Same hand he won a big pot with on this stream a couple weeks ago.
Come on, Gary B, let's see it. Make it float. Yes.
1 calls.
This is sick, man.
1 checks.
Alrighty, we've got that 10 of spades blocker.
Bets 125.
Dino showing no fear here, but a very small bet into 715.
Yeah, again, not exactly sure what this bet accomplishes. I'm not sure if this is for value. I'm not sure if this is a bluff. I would assume at this point it's... I would assume this is like an attempted value because it's so small. And it might just end up being for value. Somehow, some way. There goes Rhino.
5 makes it 250. 9 folds.
John folds bottom, bottom.
Uh-oh. 1 folds.
And look at this.
2 calls.
Dino is going to be in a commanding position here to go ahead and take the lead. Or to scoop this pot, excuse me.
Rhino was all in, I guess, with that 250.
That's what I needed.
That was...
Wow.
Yeah.
Dino, man.
Is that what Rhino blasted off with the last time, 6-3? What did he blast off with the first time?
Deuce 5.
Deuce 5. I mean, he's consistent. His range is consistent.
Can I get 1,000, please?
The man enjoys playing.
Spades were there.
And we enjoy watching it.
Well, that just worked out perfectly for Dino. Again, I was a little confused. I wasn't exactly sure what that was, but
he knew what he was doing.
He knew what he was doing. He navigated the waters appropriately. And at the end of the day, the chips are in his stack, man. That's all that matters.
What a life there with 5s. Your opponent turns over a gut shot that is only to your to the 5.
Hey, the spade outs were live.
That's true.
He had the 6 of spades.
2 folds.
Looks like 15 on the button.
4 makes it 50. 5 folds.
Brevin gonna go ahead and shoot it up here.
You see, I wanted to fold my hand.
Uh-oh.
Shimmy got a real hand.
We got a hyperactive shimmy.
If the spade goes, I figured that was good. 5 came out good.
Definitely sounds like something you go to the hospital with.
5 spades is
In case of the shimmies.
A hyperactive shimmy.
A hyperactive shimmy.
spades for a straight flush.
But here we got a hyperactive Gary B.
1 call.
We wouldn't have it any other way.
140.
Brevin's gonna go ahead and call here
4 calls.
in the middle. excuse me, he's first position. Gary's on the button.
There's our fives. We got it.
4 checks.
Just a whiff for everybody.
I don't know if that's the case with Brevin, where maybe earlier in the stream he folds that hand to a 3-bet. Now maybe it's just a little bit later in the night. He knows things are coming to an end and mix it up a little bit.
So the kind of terrifying thing about a position like this is, because Gary B's on the button, Gary B can quite easily have a 5. It's very possible. In fact, probable. We've seen him blast off with 9-5 offsuit.
Yeah.
So it just makes it a lot more uncomfortable to continuation bet.
Shimmy wins a nice pot there.
Shimmy does win a nice spot. Getting close to even now.
Five straddles 25.
25 under the gun.
Six folds.
Shimmy doesn't like ace deuce suited under the gun, but he likes 4-6 off.
10 calls. One calls.
Thought for sure when Russ limped in there, Gary was going to raise it up.
Makes it 150.
And Dino
3 folds.
making a play that we haven't seen.
I like it, man. You're on the button. Got a suited hand. Let's shoot it up. Let's try to isolate this thing down to as few people as possible. The problem is that this game is playing like 2-card PLO, basically.
Yeah.
Like, there are very few folds happening in this game.
Still 1230. 400. 30. 4 makes it 400.
And look at
5
this,
folds.
Brevin. Deja vu.
Yeah, this has just been his spot
Putting
tonight.
his squeeze in with ace-jack from the blinds.
9 folds.
John and Gary both
10
have
folds.
5s, so that's not going to be too well for them.
One folds. Two calls.
We got a pot.
Gonna go ahead and call in position here. Oh,
Jack, Jack, 9.
4
Trips with the top kicker from Brevin.
I like this check.
checks. 2 checks.
Dino turns open-ended. $900 in the pot.
Now remember, in these 3 and 4 bet pots, we've seen Brevin check the flop pretty consistently. When he didn't have it, he bet around 30% pot. When he did have it, he bet a little over 55, 60%. And it looks like he went about 60% again.
And this would be a pretty sticky call from Dino here.
I mean, you'd have to be ranging your opponent basically on specifically ace-king, ace-queen.
2 calls.
But Dino's shown a propensity to be sticky, so let's see what this river brings.
Ooh.
Brevin is in a awkward spot. I really don't know what.
4's all in.
He's gonna go ahead and.
You have to move there. That's fucking incredible. That's a fucking terrible run out.
Yeah, you know, and then, like I said, I mean, even if Dino is specifically putting him on ace king or ace
I
queen,
know he wins.
Hold him if
he
I
just
shove.
gets counterfeited.
You have to push there.
Yeah, Dino obviously can't call.
I fold.
Yeah.
2 folds.
Tough spot to get in there.
Brevin's gonna take down a big one.
Yeah, that's a huge pot.
We kinda
2.5K.
close out the night here. Brevin.
And you see the pre-flop aggression has really paid off for him.
Yeah, absolutely. There is a there's definitely a concept that you'll see people preach a lot in No Limit Hold'em, where it talks about wanting to use pre-flop aggression to build pots, steal initiative to then look to take it down on favorable flops turns. The benefit to that is you kind of manufacture a pot pre-flop. Then you can typically bet smaller percentages in the flop and turn. Look to kind of take cheap stabs, but take down larger pots. Our producer did shoot me a note. This is going to be the last hand of the night. Going to end it off on a double board PLO bomb pot here. So Josh is going to get us ready to go on this last hand. The players will play probably well into the night, I would imagine. It's typical after these live stream games.
Last hand of the stream here, I would expect somebody to get their stack in.
Last hand of the stream.
Let's see what this last
4 checks.
hand brings us.
5 checks. 6 checks. 7 checks. 9 checks. 10 checks. Spot 1 bet 75.
Gary, 2-pair, open ender, and a flush draw on the bottom.
225. 225 to go.
Great flop for Gary.
Dino just going to shoot this thing up here.
With
Spot 3 folds.
a queen on the top and a 9 on the bottom. Very ambitious there from Dino.
We grab me a different deck.
It's late in the night, man.
Yep. I get
That
it.
time.
You just lose a big one, and you're like, "Hey, I gotta get that back.
Walk all over the table.
Gotta get that back."
We got folds around the spot 9, folds, 10 folds.
That's all you hear. Whenever you hear blue, that's all you hear.
I don't hear anything else.
Spot 1 calls to 225.
There has to be a go in front of it.
Brings in the bottom end on the top board for Gary B. Nothing.
Dino now has a better 2-pair on top. Hearts get there. And he
Oh, and a
fills
boat
up.
for Gary
Oh,
B.
Gross. Now, will Dino pay him off with top 2?
540 is the bet out of spot 1.
Yes, it looks like he will.
Spot 2 calls.
Snap call, and he's going to get scooped. Nope.
You got a boat and a straight.
Oh, what did I do? You
7,
had it
4,
all.
and a flush.
Tough last couple hands for Dino there.
You had a boat and a flush.
How much was it?
540.
Wow, and
And the
just
night.
like that, Gary B is going to
Yep.
scoop a big one.
Yep.
right at the end of the night.
5.2K. I'm pretty sure he's our big winner tonight.
Yeah, absolutely.
Aggression pays off.
Man, it's been a really fun one tonight. I mean, this was by far one of the favorite streams that I've had the opportunity to commentate over. So much action. I mean, just some pure craziness. Like that's
Easily
really
my favorite. Easily my favorite stream so far.
Borderline degeneracy, but it was a ton of fun. Adam, it was a pleasure to get to do this
Max,
with you,
it was
man.
awesome.
Thank
It was
you
awesome.
so much.
I can't wait to do it again.
Everybody, thank you guys so much for visiting. Take a look at the Winter Classic Series. This is happening the week of December 5th through the 11th. Monday, 5K Pot Limit Omaha event starting at 6:15. Tuesday, the double green chip bounty starting at 6:15 as well. The 10K freeze out on Wednesday. That final table will be live streamed. And then the 50K main event December 8th. That's a Thursday through December 11th, a Sunday. So quick note as well from the producer there, the 10K freeze out, that's going to be 40,000 in chips. So the players wanted to make it a little bit deeper to start off with since it's a freeze out and a rebuy or add-on. So a little bit deeper in that one, 40,000 starting chips. If you guys have any questions, feel free to look us up on the reserve. Like us on Facebook, follow us, and subscribe to us on YouTube.
Subscribe.
And let us know if you guys have any questions or desire to play on any of these live streams. Like I said, Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. Tuesday, Saturday, No Limit Hold'em. Thursday's Pot Limit Omaha.
What a game tonight, guys.
Yeah, what a game. All right, we'll see you guys back here on Thursday. Thanks, everybody.
Take care.